2023 US Rowing Atlantic City Indoor National Championships. We've got that. We're just delighted to be back with you after an incredible day of racing yesterday. I am here with Maurice Scott. Maurice, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you feeling?
You know, I'm hoping my voice doesn't crack because I didn't realize, I like talking, but to do it for an extended period of time, I'm just like, wow, this is actually like a real job.
Yeah, well, we love it. We love to hear you talking. We love your analysis. It was just a fun day yesterday. We're of course joined by Akil Abdullah, who's on the floor. He'll be interviewing some of the athletes after their races, so we look forward to catching up with him as well. And man, what a day of racing we had yesterday. So total variety of competition here at the indoors. 2,000-meter races, of course, but there were also shorter distances and durations, dashes as well, max wattage tests, workout of the day, the WODs, as the CrossFit folks like to say, and erg relays. So many different ways to participate. Really thrilled to see a mix of perhaps like traditional rowers who are used to that 2,000-meter distance, but also the chance to kind of mix it up a little bit. So it's been really good, and we start off with a relay this morning. Right,
and very exciting stuff to see people from all over come together in one place and just rip it hard, whatever event they chose to do. I mean, they do it to the fullest extent and pull their hearts out. So
Maurice, do you have a favorite event?
I will have to say the triathlon is really interesting to look at because it's dynamic, and I think having something that's super dynamic when you're starting from the ski erg to go to the erg to go to the bike, you in between you have to really be efficient with getting onto these machines, and it helps you in terms of your time. And that's one of those things where you don't have to be super strong, you just have to be agile and be able to finesse it. Yeah, no, it's a great point too, right? Because the transitions in that triathlon are so important, as they always are. And so we heard yesterday from several athletes talking about their foot strap strategy on the erg in particular, so making sure that they get their feet into the plates. We'll see that as well in the relay, which is slated to begin in just under a minute. So this is the men's youth 500-meter sprint is what we'll start with. I think I'm just extra excited about the relay. I think that's stuck on your mind. Yeah, that's to come. But another short distance burst, if you will, on this men's 500-meter sprint. So we can see these youth athletes lining up. It has been so cool, Maurice, to catch up with some of these young aspiring athletes. It's been a delight to see them participate. The 5 through 12 category. I know, it's in particular. I try to think about what I was doing between 5 and 12, and I can tell you right now, I'm nowhere near doing this at all. Not 500-meter pieces? No, I was probably rolling in the grass somewhere in my front yard.
Well, I don't know for folks that caught up on the USRowing website, but yesterday, Catherine Ferret, TriStar's Catherine Ferret, won 2 events, and she set a new world record in the process, so really opening up that first day of competition. She's just 12, and she raced in the women's under 15 2,000-meter race in a 7:20.3, so she set that record for a new 12 and under world record for the 2K in the process. And then later on, she won the kids 500-meter race. So she had a good day. Yeah, she did. She came home with the hardware. Yeah. That's what we all, again, that's the goal. Yeah, that's the goal. As much as we can join or get into as many events and see what can happen. And obviously, she is a very, a model of this and going home with multiple blinkage. Multiple medals. All right, well, the event is underway for the men's youth 500-meter sprint. So talk to us a little bit, Maurice, this is a fun thing for these guys, right?
It is. I mean, 500 meters, by the time you blank, you'll be done. And you just go. There's not really a strategy per se to it. You just send it. Just send it. And right on the screen here, we have what it looks like. We have both. Actually, no. It is. So it looks like majority of the field is crossing that 300 meters. So that 300-meter mark have about 200 to go. It's about 20 to 25 strokes, depending on how hard you're pulling. with Liam Baker in the lead right now, going at a 39-125 split.
Yeah, fast and furious Liam Baker up at 40 strokes per minute. So riding with him now, using the stroke rate as you absolutely have to. We talk about the stroke rate in a 500-meter dash. It's got to be up at 40 the whole time.
It has to be. It definitely has to be, because again, you don't have enough room to fall behind. It's just such a short race. Is like once you're out of that main pack, there's no coming back. So, and it looks like we have Liam Baker that crossed the line at a split of, an official split of 124.3.
Yeah, fabulous. So start to finish, really nice one for Liam Baker. The rest of the field kind of rolling in. Daniel Conde, Samuel Galindo, Armando Flores, Alexander Chabowski, whom we saw in the relay yesterday, Liam Doe, David Jimenez. And we'll get a feel of what's happening on the floor. So over to Akil.
Hey, Liam, that was a great race. How you feeling?
Gassed, tired.
Now, that was 124.3. Was that about what you were shooting for?
Yeah, that's a PR for me.
All right, nice. And coming into this race, what were some of the things you were thinking about?
I didn't want to disappoint my coach. I wanted to represent my team, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, how old are you?
I'm 17.
All right, and where are you looking to go to school?
I'm not sure yet. I'm keeping my options open.
All right. Well, good luck through the season, and that's pretty awesome. That's it. Back to you guys in the studio.
And we are back at the commentating table.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Liam Baker, again with the time of 124.3 for the 500-meter sprint.
On fire, and we hear the applause behind us. So, yeah, great to see like parents, friends, supporters, volunteers. This is a fully in-person event. It's the first time that the U.S. rowing community and has really been able to get together for this type of an in-person indoor event. So there's really good energy here. Again, you can see it behind us. You can hear it. We've got a grandstand just next to us. It's been really fantastic. I'm getting super energized by all of it.
Yeah, exactly. The energy is super high. And I mean, honestly, like, who needs coffee?
Who needs coffee?
You have all this energy behind us.
Oh, man. They're feeding our souls.
They are.
So we'll have the women's youth 500-meter sprint up next, and that's at 8:50 a.m. So we've got a little bit of time. And I think one of the things that's so cool is that at this point in the program, we're starting to see some of these names really repeat, right? Mm-hmm. So athletes were encouraged to, and so many have participated in multiple events. Mm-hmm. We'll see Ivan Milan a little bit later. We love Ivan. So Ivan was in the triathlon. He was in the Max Watts test. Yep. He's doing a 2K today. MVP. I mean, we're so impressed. So we're super pumped. And we mentioned some of the youth athletes, of course, that we're seeing participate in multiple events too. So really, really good stuff. And of course, that's by design. There's many different ways to participate in rowing.
Yep. And again, like you said earlier, it's a lot of different grooves. So you have the 500 sprint, you have the ergathon or the triathlon.
Yes.
You have 2K.
Yeah,
1K.
You got the 2K.
You got a bunch of different things. So
yeah,
I mean,
many ways. Well, we'll head to a quick commercial break. We really appreciate you being with us, and we'll see you shortly.
Metering Central, the first solution for Concept 2 ergometer designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on Erg Central are instantly sent to all team members through the Erg Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to Concept 2 PM5 monitor via Bluetooth to preset the workout details and gather workout data. Erg Central Live Coaching View will provide you with consolidated real-time stroke data for the entire team. No more waiting to act. Build your perfect stroke and help your team row together. When athletes complete their workouts, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. Erg Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at ergcentral.com. Let the coach coach, and let Erg Central do the work.
Welcome back to the 2023 Indoor Championships as we await the start of the Women's Youth 500-meter sprint. These go by pretty quick, don't they?
They do. They do. It's super, super duper duper fast.
Yeah, they fly.
It's a nice little warm-up. You know, I'm sure a lot of these athletes over here are, like you said, racing in multiple events. So this is kind of like to get the juice flowing, get the heart pumping, and just feeling the vibe.
Yeah.
Just feeling the vibe.
It's going to be good. And I think we have a couple of sisters in this event.
Oh, do we really?
Yeah, so Ariana Massey and Christina Massey, sisters. And a trusty US rowing referee told me yesterday that mom and dad are their coxswains, so the people sitting in the chairs behind them, their coach, so to speak, during their 2K. So I am really excited to see this family affair.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm curious. I feel like it's probably a very competitive family. 'Cause if they're like, if this is how it's set up, I'm like, oh yeah, this is like, yeah, this is gonna be something to watch.
Yeah, you think this is a turkey trot family on Thanksgiving?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
And like, we're gonna beat your family.
Yeah.
You love it. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Man, you
family
do.
bonding, and like I said earlier, yesterday with the member of the father-son duo, and that is probably going to be like one of the most memorable moments, especially for that kid. And so again, I'm sure this one is going to be the exact same way because it's a whole family. You got the parents and then the two sisters. So like, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I love too what you and Akil were saying yesterday about, and especially with your background as an elite rower, the need for that community, right?
Right. And again, you can't really. I can't tell you one person that has, went above and beyond that didn't have some type of support system. Like, coming here, you don't have to know anybody, but just coming to an event like this, you see the production, you see all the bells and whistles, and we have EMS here, we have so many people that play a very vital role in putting this all together, and I think that's support.
Yeah, absolutely. And while the indoors, any indoor rowing event is an individual pursuit during the winter months, so many people train for the water events. And some people, as we mentioned, we're really happy to have a lot of CrossFit folks with us. Some people, this is their premier choice. But either way, this is an individual pursuit, but it's backed by a community and backed by a team. So we'll keep an eye out for the Massey family.
Yes, I believe they're sitting at 1 and 2 if it hasn't changed on the floor.
Yep. And just awaiting that start. This is the women's youth 500-meter sprint. If you're just joining us on US Rowing's YouTube live streaming, a look at the graphic up at the left, well, that's your leaderboard. So you'll see splits, which gives you a sense of speed, come in just shortly. And in a short event like this, we should see these flip, flip, flip all over the place, right? So in a 2,000-meter distance, 4 times the length of what you're about to see, athletes will kind of like lock into a rhythm and settle a little bit. But in this type of a sprint scenario, the stroke rating will be high, so the number of strokes per minute, and we should see the splits really start to flip around and populate. And there's the Massey sisters.
There is the Massey sisters. Again, you love to see it. Love to see it. Can't wait. This will be like a good. This is probably going to be for bragging rights.
Yes.
No, I'm not sure where they're from. I wish I knew, but I'm sure that ride home or that plane ride home or train ride home, or however their mode of transportation was to get here, is going to be very interesting going back.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's absolutely right. We can see them all warming up now. You know, another thing I'm really curious about is like, how did we pick mom and dad for each? Like, how did we organize that?
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, we'll have to get Akil down there to sort it out for us.
Right.
In terms of the rest of the folks in this event, well, you can see their names up on the left. So Irene Scott, Lauren Gallagher, Vera Scorsoon, Courtney French, Danica Svets, Kylie Pelican, Sloane Swift, Lan Nguyen, Iva Steitler. And we're seeing some smiles too. 500-meter sprints. I mean, they're painful, but this is fun, right?
Right. It's not a 2K where you're just like literally looking at the screen. You can see the difference in what you're about to do by the looks on people's faces.
Yes.
And for a 2K, you're just going to see like that poker face. There's probably not going to be many people smiling right leading up to when they say go. So, but for the 500-meter, again, it's fun. It's a fun run.
Yeah.
Fun row.
Fun run, fun row. I'll take either. And you know, it's cool too. I don't know what your training was like in high school, but part of this weekend is like making me really nostalgic in the best way, because a lot of these like relays, especially the relay, the 500-meter sprints, it's a way for like even high school kids just to have some fun with winter training, and we're just seeing it formalized in a competition setting.
Right, and it also builds cohesion. Because I've done quite a few relays even within our school, or within our program. So yeah, Philadelphia City Rowing, founded in 2010, giving back to the city of Philadelphia, free community program. So if you are in high school and you live in the school district of Philadelphia or connected with them, sign up for them. But yeah, so we had a lot of different relays. We had oar runs running up to the art museum with the oars, and it was just so much fun. And I mean, we didn't have a lot. It was a very small yard that we operated out of, but we made use of it, and we did our thing. Yeah,
that's the most important part, right? So it's making the best, making fun with what you've got going, and it's exactly what these athletes are doing here. They've got this 500-meter sprint right ahead of them. So the women's youth 500-meter sprint, these are high school-aged athletes. And we've got Ariana Massey, Christina Massey, the sisters.
The sisters.
Right alongside one another. And just outside them, that's Irene Scott on erg number 3.
And right now we have Danica Sweats leading the pack at a 42 strokes per minute.
The rest of the field hovering in that 30 range. So Danica able to lead in terms of stroke rate and speed at the moment. Danica Sweats. So we see her as the leader up there riding now with her powerful leg drive. So good acceleration through the middle of the stroke. And you can see just how she's applying that power by pressing her legs down off the front. That earning her a 1:42 average split at the moment.
And she's very quick with the hands as well, enabling her to have a higher stroke rate. It's all about quick hands, quick hands. I love the motivation behind all of these athletes. And Danica is leading the pack by open water here and will solidify that first place finish.
Danica Sweat still holding it and already through to the line, a 141 average, which is fantastic, especially in that youth category. Big high five to her coach just behind her as the rest of these athletes start rolling in. Lauren Gallagher through the line, Christina Massey, Irene Scott. It's looking like Christina just a few meters ahead of her sister.
And she will finish. Christina Massey will finish with a 2:10, followed by Irene Scott.
And really excited to hear what's going on the floor, so we'll hand it over to Akil.
We are here with the winner of the Youth 500-meter sprint. Why don't you tell us your name and the club you represent?
I'm Danica Sweats, and I represent Carlson Rowing.
All right, now the 500-meter race is a short race. Tell us about your race plan.
Honestly, just power it, because I did the Eddie camp this morning, so I just used it as my warm-up, make sure my power is going high, and then just try to keep on my legs the entire time.
All right, now in terms of the results, was this a number that you were looking for?
Yes.
All right, well, congratulations. Back to you in the studio.
And welcome back. Fantastic to see the women's youth 500-meter sprint. That's Akil on the floor, getting a sense of the crowd and what's happening. And the athletes have been really kind to us. They've been willing to talk to us like 30 seconds after they finish these pieces. So we really do appreciate that.
Right. And it looks like the rivalry between the two sisters have been settled, at least for this race. So I'm curious the amount of spice that's going to happen after once they
we'll see.
relax, and
maybe we can get them both here in a little bit. We'll have to sort that out. But for now, we'll head to a commercial break, and we look forward to seeing you again very soon.
Meet Erg Central, the first solution for Concept 2 ergometer designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on Erg Central are instantly sent to all team members through the Erg Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to Concept 2P M5 monitor via Bluetooth to preset the workout details and gather workout data. Erg Central Live Coaching View will provide you with consolidated real-time stroke data for the entire team. No more waiting to act. Build your perfect stroke and help your team row together. When athletes complete their workouts, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. Erg Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at ergcentral.com. Let the coach coach, and let Erg Central do the work.
And we are now back with the 2023 USRowing Atlantic City Indoor National Championships.
You got it, Maurice. You got it. Indoors, 2023 indoors.
Hashtag
2023 indoors. But yeah, we're back and we're really, really excited. The Sunday program is fantastic in terms of variety. We saw at the start of the morning the men's youth 500 meter sprints, followed by the women's youth 500 meter sprints. And we are queuing up now to see the men's open 2,000 meter race along with the women's open 2,000 meter race. So you can see the athletes strapping in now, and a good shot of Ivan Milan in the men's 2,000 meter race. And we've seen Ivan a few times, haven't we?
We have. He's a man of many trades, rowing trades, and maybe a master of all. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We saw him in the triathlon yesterday where he won his flight. So there were, I think, 3 flights of the men's triathlon with the ski erg, the row erg, and the bike erg. So that was really, really cool to see. People were excited about that. And we saw him, we'll see another triathlon a little later on today. And we saw him again in the max watts test, where it was a dual style. So he lined up against one other participant, and the goal of that event is just like it sounds. It's to get the maximum number of watts that you possibly can in a 60-second duration. So that's all about power. Maurice, how do you think his strategy in this 2,000 meter piece will differ from those 2 events?
He'll probably pace himself a little bit more.
Yeah.
But then again, who knows? I mean, he's been doing all these. I mean, he's probably used to just doing these things back to back to back to back. So he's probably one of those athletes that just has an endless pot of energy. Yeah.
Well, he certainly does this weekend, no doubt. Really demonstrating for so many of these athletes who participated in multiple events the endurance and the caliber of their training and of their conditioning, their fitness. And that's really, as we've been saying, right, what it's all about is just being able to have some fun indoors in the beginning of February to get that taste of competition before most people can get back onto flat water, if that's the way that they train. Mm-hmm. And so we'll see how the 2,000 meter pieces go. This is riding now with Kelsey Barolak in this open women's event. So again, we'll have, let's see, about 6 or 7 entrants for the men's 2,000 meter open on the floor, and then a couple of women participating as well. So we'll get a good sense, as always, of what's happening on the floor after the race from Akil, who is catching people to do some interviews. We hope to get some people into the studio, as Akil said, or our commentary box up here. But it's been a real blast. So these guys warming up, and we should have a race underway at 9:20.
I am seeing some familiar names on here. Jeffrey Arnott, I've trained with him. A lot of our guys, our high performance guys at Potomac Boat Club, went to Undine. And apparently, I just got word that he also rows for Drexel, so go Dragons. Philadelphia, Philly all day. But yeah, I did a mixer with our club in Undine, Barge Club in Philadelphia, so that was really fun. And I know he's a powerhouse, so we'll see what he can do today.
This moment always so emotion filled, right? When the warm up is called. It's time to stop warming up in the next few seconds and minutes and to set your monitor and to be ready. So they've all put the handle down. They've been told to stop rowing. You can see a few people just kind of smacking their quads, making sure that the legs are warmed up and ready to work hard for them. And
yeah, that's Jeffrey. And honestly, sometimes that's what it's for, and it's sometimes an intimidation tactic. I'm not sure which one.
I love it.
I'm not sure which one he's choosing, but.
Yeah, it's true, right? In flat water rowing, same stuff, right? It happens up at the start line, and for those familiar with it, it's a really kind of sacred moment, the start of a flat water race, and even an indoor race, right? There's this sort of reverence and this quiet and respect for that moment. So we'll catch that soon. It looks like they're back in, handles up, still able to warm up here. And how important is it as an athlete to be warm, right, in the middle of the winter before you hop into a workout like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like I think one of my coaches used to say it, your muscles are like a rubber band, and you know, if you freeze a rubber band, put it in the freezer, you can bring it out and it'll be like really hard, and all you have to do is just snap it, and then boom, done. But if you're, you know, warming it up and stretching it, and obviously not stretching it too much to where you pull something, but constantly just stretching and stretching and stretching and getting those muscles warm and getting those twitch muscles, you know, ready and activated is very, very crucial. And it just, again, it just makes you feel loose, you know. It's waking you up a little bit, because it is still a little early in the morning on Sunday, so you know it's a lot of time when a lot of people probably would be asleep, but they're here choosing to do a 2K. So, and
we so respect that and so appreciate it, especially in an Arctic vortex situation of a weekend for so many people in the Northeast. Today a little bit warmer than yesterday.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, it's I keep forgetting, like, we're on the water, so it's the wind hitting the water just makes it even colder, and it's just like, ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're a flat water rower, it's like those moments. I always think back to college and high school too, right, where you're in your championship season in May and you're at your peak, and maybe it's the week before your championship race, so you're even tapering, so the boat's flying, the sun is shining. It's like, I savored those so much because they are far and few. That is like 99 times out of 100, not the conditions that you're going to get, maybe unless you're training out of Miami.
Right, or California.
Right.
Those are pretty much the only, or in Texas too.
Yeah. We're packing our bags. We're done with the Northeast training.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a look at Darren Gary in the final stretch of his warm-up. So quick preview of what's to come. Again, this is the 9:20 a.m. race, the men's open and women's open 2,000-meter race. At 9:50, we'll see the under 23 2,000-meter race, the under 23 lightweights, followed by the women's in those same categories, the lightweight and the under 23 lightweight. Excuse me, the under 23 lightweight and the women's under 23. We'll get the coxswains back at 10:40 a.m. So men's coxswain 1,000 meters at 10:40, and then shortly thereafter we'll get another Max Watts test. So those are a blast. That's the 60-second effort that we talked on earlier, and then we get into some relays. That was such a fun way to end the day yesterday. We loved that. It was the under 19, so generally high school aged athletes. But for now, I'm just keeping an ear out to see if we're starting. Not quite yet. All right, and then what's to come? Well, we've got a few more events after that. We see the kids again for a 500-meter race. That was really, really cool to see yesterday. And Maurice, as you mentioned, some mom and dad and, you know, parent combinations and guardians. It was super cool. And then we round out with another 2K round and finish with the men's triathlon rather.
Love it.
No earbuds, no headphones on. Like I said, pretty guys, they know what's up.
Deborah Stelzel on the left side of your screen, Kelsey Barlock on the right side. Stelzel representing Bergen County. We see the Rowing Academy jersey on her, and Kelsey Barlock representing Greenwich Crew. Powerhouse in Connecticut. We got the music going. So we got a comment yesterday that like the music wasn't loud enough on the floor, and from PJ.
We did, and
PJ
I guess
Caputa, and I just want to let you know, PJ, that we heard you. The music is on. All right, it's happening. So thank you. We appreciate that. Any and all feedback.
We love it. Music gets the people going.
Yes.
You know.
And that can be a really precious topic too with indoor ergs and rowing. The playlist.
Yeah. You know, I think everybody has their specific playlist for, you know, that winter season erg. I don't know, not one person that doesn't, to be honest.
So sitting ready.
Sit ready.
They are off.
Ryan Jones flying out of the starting block, as it were. Our leader within the men's group. Quick start for Kelsey Barlock amongst the women.
Yeah, Ivan at 33, going at 128 per 500, which is a very decent split.
Go, Ivan, go. He is the MVP.
But again, you know, as we talked about yesterday with these 2K pieces, you know, that first 250, I mean, is where you pretty much say, I'm here. Like, you know, it's just like, I'm here, I'm with it. And then you kind of got to start to settle in once you know, cross that first 500 into that middle 1,000 piece, because that is the crucial, that is, in my opinion, where you can win a race.
Yeah.
And then obviously that last 500 to 250 is, if somebody's still with you, that's when you take it. But typically, if somebody gets out and is able to outlast and, you know, open up the field in that middle 500, it'd be safe to say that they're going to, you know, take the majority of the race, or take the race, and with beating the rest of the field. So we are now crossing over into that middle 500 now, and love to see what's going to happen, because it obviously looks like we're between first and fourth at least. Everybody's still hanging on within two to three strokes. So.
Yeah, it's gonna get really spicy. We have Damian Leese now up at the top of the field, so he's been able to overhaul Ivan Milan. Ivan now running second. Ivan at about 29-30 strokes per minute, so he's got somewhere to go. And we take a look then at these two athletes, Roman Smigiel, Damian Leese on the right side, keeping themselves in the mix as well. And of course, Damian Leese on the right side of the screen. We see his eyes just glance up the leaderboard. He knows he's leading.
Keeping it going, and I feel like he may be using that as motivation, you know, to keep dropping those legs and keep using that body to swing through and keep that fan moving, keeping that momentum up. I know one of the, again, like in terms of lightweight rowing, it's a little bit because of our weight, because, you know, 160 and below for the guys, it's a lot harder to use our body weight to keep that momentum up, and so we kind of got to go a little bit faster in order to keep that fan moving, where a lot of these guys here are using that pure muscle and that pure power to swing through and keep that fan moving for a more longer extended period of time, which is what you see on the screen, and why these splits are pretty daggone low, if you ask me. So there's different techniques to it, and a lot of these guys know that they're using their pure muscle to their advantage.
Sheer power. No, it's spot on. I mean, we'll see lightweights a little bit later on, but it's true. Oftentimes you see them just hitting the stroke rate maybe a little bit higher, but for these open weight athletes, you know, name of the game is just strength, right? So we see the legs really pressing down. That was Ivan on the right, whom we just saw. Ivan running a solid second, so Damian Leese able to hold on to his lead coming into the 750. We've talked to a few of these athletes and asked them, like, you know, you're in your own zone, but how often are you looking up at the leaderboard to see where you are in relation to one another? And it's really interesting. I think some people say, well, I saw this, I glanced back down, got back in my race. Others we've heard say, like, I didn't even look at all. So, you know, that's part of it too. It's easy to think that they're just watching the leaderboard, they know exactly where they are, but they really, most of the time, don't. They may have the chance to look up a couple of times, but they really need to stay in their own rhythm, in their own performance. So Damian Leese, does he know that he's leading? Well, we saw his eyes glance up before. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, but he's currently opening up the margin on Ivan Milan, who's running second. Jake Miller close for third.
It's about 50 meters in between first and second, and it looks like Ivan and Jake Miller are going to be going at it, and Ivan may not be able to hold off Jake Miller, because Jake Miller is closing that gap pretty daggone fast.
Jake Miller takes it up to 36 strokes per minute. Ivan Milan holds on, 34. They're now at the identical stroke rate, more or less. Just 3 meters separating them, so surely these two don't know just how close they are, at least not in this very moment. As they come into the final 250 meters, Damian Lease not looking back.
And this is the 250, and they're pushing through. They are going to push through. Ivan, it looks like he's maybe losing a little steam here. Jake Miller is coming up with a force.
Nearly identical. The race is on for silver. All things barring any disasters, Damian Lease should have that gold in the men's open 2,000-meter race. But
this second place finish is going to be insane. I can guarantee. Uh-oh, Jake Miller takes over. But Ivan is not giving it up.
Jake Miller overhauls Ivan,
and he's Jake Miller at a 43.127. That is a nasty sprint. Jake Miller said, "This is my house. Welcome." With him finishing second. Whew, very, very close. 0.2 seconds in between Jake Miller and Ivan Milan. Insane. Insane.
Fantastic effort, Ryan Jones, whom we saw yesterday in the triathlon, finishing out as well. But all eyes now, that's Ivan Milan on the right, catching his breath. He's coming home with a bronze.
Love it, love it.
And Jake Miller looks like pleased to see that result.
Yes.
Good sportsmanship. There's a fist bump.
It was a beautiful sprint. Beautiful, beautiful sprint.
Dylan Antonoli still on the course. That's Kelsey Barlock in the blue jersey.
And it looked like she might be trying to catch Dylan, huh? She is going at it. 39 strokes per minute at a 142. Beautiful.
Fantastic. Deborah Stelzel on the left side, rounding out her 2,000-meter piece. Great effort from all of these athletes. It's the open 2,000-meter race. And we'll keep an eye out for Akil and where he's headed. So we'll head it down to the floor.
Good job, man.
Thanks.
All right, I'll count you guys in.
Okay.
All right, we're ready when you are.
Awesome race, Damian. Are you happy with that time?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. You know, I haven't done an indoor race in about 3 years now, so it's kind of unknown going into this, but I had a great time.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about your race plan.
My race plan is pretty simple. I just go for like a 1:30 and then maybe like reevaluate after like the first 1K and see how it's going.
So yeah, I noticed, I was watching, you were pretty consistent there all the way through, getting out. There were some competitors that went ahead. Were you concerned at all in the beginning?
No, at the end of the day, it's just, you know, you gotta stay on your own erg, in your own boat, you know, because you know what time you can pull, and if you go way too hard at first, it's not gonna end up too well.
Okay, any words for anyone getting back into it after 3 years?
You know, have fun with it. I think rowing is an amazing sport, and it can bring a lot of people together.
There you go. Rowing is an amazing sport, and it can bring a lot of people together. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, Akil. We love that. Fantastic sentiment. And like, what an exciting race.
Yeah.
The whole time.
He said he, I guess, just got back into it and after 3 years and pulled a 130. All right.
Wow.
All right.
No problem.
Statement made. Got it. Welcome back.
No problem. Yeah, welcome back. Everybody look out. Well, we're hoping in a moment to have Ivan and Jake Miller join us here in the studio, as it were. So we'll keep an eye out for them, but they'll head over in just a moment. We want to hear a little bit about their race, right? So what they were thinking, and excuse me, we've got a couple of headsets here, so I think we can have 3 of us together at the same time before we move on to the next event. So we'll give them a quick second. But yeah, it'll be interesting to hear about. Really curious to see how they thought about this race and if they knew that they were that tightly packed.
For sure. Take away with this one.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. So just give us a moment. So we're a little tangled here, guys, but we've got 3 headsets.
Ooh, they're gonna be a little sweaty when we're done. Hope you don't mind.
And if you guys can just come a little bit closer, Ivan, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so here with Ivan Milan and Jake Miller. So second and third in the men's 2,000 meter race that we just saw. And let's start, Jake, maybe with you. We're so curious. Did you know what the positioning was? How did that race unfold for you?
I mean, it's really convenient when you do like a indoor erg race because obviously you have, the meter splits right off of where the guy in front of you is. Normally if you're doing it in a group, you got to look over, maybe glance over, but there was no need for that. So I knew I was hanging out right behind there, and I usually try to get a pretty good sprint down, but when I saw he was right there, I knew he was in striking distance. I just had to go after him, and he really helped push me there.
Yeah.
So.
And Ivan, how did you think about this race? What was going through your mind?
He pushed me very much. I knew he's coming, but I was not able to stop him, But he pushed me. This is my new PR.
Oh, great.
Because I was rowing like 1.5 years, and I just started this recently, this distance.
Fantastic.
It's my new PR. I'm happy for that.
Oh, good. And Jake.
I'm not happy he beat me, but I'm happy for a new PR. Good job.
Happy that he pushed you. And this is a PR for you?
Yeah, absolutely. If it means anything, you pushing me, going for your PR, help push me. And it's a PR for me too. So.
Okay, so guys, Ivan, we've loved seeing you in the triathlon, in the Watts test, in the 2,000 meter. Jake, are you racing in multiple events? Can you remind me?
Not racing multiple events today.
Okay.
No, so he's got me beat on that one.
All right. Well, let's talk a little bit about we did this. We touched on it yesterday, but how did you think about this weekend and how you wanted to participate?
I always do multiply sports. I do mountain running for 10 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours, and stuff like that. And if I go somewhere, I try use my time racing more I can,
Yeah, fantastic. So this one is a little bit longer maybe than the Watts test yesterday, which was the 60 seconds. Yeah, different strategy.
But short races is mentally harder because you cannot afford any mistake. Longer you can get away with some mistake, but shorter no.
Yes. Yeah. So will you guys be back next year?
I mean, I don't see why not.
Okay, we heard it here first.
Yeah.
Jake, we'll see you back next year.
I hope
Ivan,
so.
We'll see you back.
This event gonna be back here next year.
Yeah,
I
fantastic. Guys, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thanks for coming by. Yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, have a great rest of your weekend.
You too.
Are you done? Are you done now?
1K race and triathlon.
Okay, Jake, you're
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Then we met that.
All right, we'll head to a commercial break. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Meet Erg Central, the first solution for Concept 2 ergometer designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on Erg Central are instantly sent to all team members through the Erg Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to Concept 2P M5 monitor via Bluetooth to preset the workout details and gather workout data. Erg Central Live Coaching View will provide you with consolidated real-time stroke data for the entire team. No more waiting to act. Build your perfect stroke and help your team row together. When athletes complete their workouts, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. Erg Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at ergcentral.com. Let the coach coach, and let Erg Central do the work.
And we are back at the 2023 U.S. Rowing Atlantic City Indoor National Championships.
You got it, man. That's fabulous. Yeah, welcome back. We're so delighted to be with you here today. My name is Colleen Seville, here with Maurice Scott. We've got Akil Abdul on the floor, catching up with all of the athletes, or at least as many athletes as possible following their race, as many that will chat with us. We got Ivan actually in the shot right now. We just saw him and Jake Miller in the commentary box a few minutes ago where they talked to us about their 2,000 meter race. They took second and third. Both of them got a personal record, which is fantastic. And you join us now just before the start of the men's under 23 2,000 meter race. And we also have 3 lightweight men in this category as well.
Love it.
So we're getting some lightweights in.
My favorite people.
You're a lightweight. You're former lightweight, still lightweight?
I'm still lightweight.
Right,
I'm
awesome.
still lightweight.
So talk to us about, like, for folks maybe that aren't familiar with lightweight rowing, it's a hugely, like, in some ways it's very simple, and in other ways it's complex. How do you think about lightweight rowing? How can you share that out?
So, like, for me, like, I feel like I've been privileged enough to kind of have that high metabolism and having a pretty decent training plan, because again, when I'm consistent with the training plan that's been set by my coaches and everything, I'll settle at a 155, 156. And for those that don't know, lightweight rowing here in the United States for men is 160 pounds and below. Overseas, I'm pretty sure it's like 72.5 kilograms. And we have to be, below that, especially once you're, going to trials and any lightweight event that's especially sanctioned by U.S. Rowing. So it's pretty good. Again, I mean, there's been times where I didn't stick to my training plan and had to lose weight within a couple days, and honestly, like, it was probably the hardest thing to do, and it may have not been the healthiest, and that's kind of like that gray area when it comes to lightweight rowing. And some people are forcing themselves to be lightweight, and then it becomes unhealthy. So that's not a good thing. But there are men out there that men and women out there that can naturally sit in that, including myself, at least for now. I don't know. When I get older and my metabolism slows down a little bit, and then I'll have the, I guess what do they call it, the bear pack instead of the 6-pack. So right now I'm doing all right. But lightweight rowing is still alive and well, I will say. And there's quite a few guys that are doing amazing things on that field. I mean, our lightweight double was pretty awesome with Jasper and Zach, and yeah. So I mean, they've been putting on a show for lightweights, and they're pretty fast. They're pretty fast. They're faster than a lot of open weights. So.
They are, and I think I love watching lightweight rowing on the water in particular, because all things being equal, so to speak, at least in terms of weight, it makes for some really tight racing. So while some athletes might be slightly taller, shorter in lightweight rowing, there's those variables, no doubt. It means that especially the on-the-water racing can be incredibly tight. So and that should translate to the erg. So we'll see how that goes within this small subgroup of lightweights we have racing in this 2,000 meter race.
It looks like we'll be underway shortly, and as Akil said, he said we have to use our golf voices now. And now we are off. And U23's majority is probably going to be from individuals 21, 22, 20. So a lot of these guys are reaching their peak. Their peak is and specifically for college, and college. These are pretty much college rowers in this event. There may be some high schoolers in this because we've seen a lot of people race up, which is awesome, because that goes to show like they want to be able to compete at that that highest level. And U23 is the last quote unquote junior until you get to that elite level in the senior national team. So
yeah, it's the last stop, isn't it, before you get into the open categories. So the under 23, as Maurice mentioned, a lot of these athletes are college students, so you'll see that in their jerseys. If they're wearing their college jersey. Andrew Mann's on the right side of the screen. Sayatovic leads.
And I will say, I've gotten word that there's some Drexel Dragons out here. Andrew Manns is part of that crew. You have Nemanja Sayatovic, who's also a Drexel Dragon, and Ben Werber as well. So we have a lot of pretty decent representation here. And especially, you know, a lot of the success that Drexel's had over the years, winning Dad Villes and everything, I'm not surprised that they are leading the pack right now.
Sayatovic up at the top of that pack at 33 strokes per minute. 134 is his average split. Andrew Manns about 6 meters off of his pace as they move through the second 500 meters, so the second quarter of this race, charging toward the halfway point. Nick Foley running a really close third, Justin Getty just behind them, and then a bit of separation to a kind of second pack of athletes, Andre Mallis, Liam Strain, Ben Werber, Shane Murphy. And in terms of our lightweights, it's Brandon Fernandez leading the lightweight pack with Alexander Crother about 40 meters just behind him.
Yeah, and I see another familiar name, Sean Williams from Philadelphia. I used to race his brother back in the day on my Boathouse Road days. He rode for Penn AC, Anthony Williams. And so I'm glad to see his younger brother out here getting some.
It's a family affair. It's a family affair. We see it and we love it. Well, the battle goes on for those truly first through third places. Perhaps just a little bit off the pace, but still not out of it. Running fourth is Casper Luto, but Nick Foley running a really tight third to Andrew Manns, who holds second. We're riding now with Brandon Fernandez, so the leader of the lightweight category.
Love
and then
it.
you can see those other two competitors here as well.
Love it. 38 strokes, as you can see. I mean, he's 38 strokes per minute. That is the spirit of a lightweight. I mean, you can see a 40 strokes per minute. You see the rest of these guys pretty much are sitting at a 31, 32. So a lot of lightweights, like I said earlier before, will jack that rate up to keep that fan moving.
Nemanja Sayatovic holding court up at the top of the field, 33 strokes per minute, 135. He's now just got a 3-4 meter delta ahead of Andrew Manns. So Andrew Manns holding a 134 as well. They're pacing quite similarly, just next to one another with 750 meters to go. And this third 500 so critical to set you up for the last 5.
For sure, and it looks like, I mean, first, second, and third, look at that margin. It is literally only about half a stroke in between first, second, and third place. So this is any man's game at this point to be like, I mean, and they're equal. Second and third is equal right now. They're right next to each other.
Andrew Manns at 29 strokes per minute, and Nick Foley riding in third at 36 strokes per minute. So what that tells us is that Andrew Manns, when he decides to sprint, has somewhere to go. He'll have to go now because Nick Foley has overhauled him, just a meter or so separating them. In fact, they're trading places stroke by stroke.
Wow.
But when you see a stroke rate delta that big, the 29 versus 36, you know that the lower stroke rate person has the upper hand. You think that they'd be able to take it up in the last stretch.
Yep. And especially if they're able to hold off while, you know, they're making a move, hold off until that move is done. And you can tell, you can smell it, you can feel it. That boat is slowing down. You're like, uh-oh, I got you. And as soon as that person slows down, you go right by him. You just smell it. It's like it's really a dog eat dog. Like you can smell when somebody is not able to hold. You can feel it. I mean, I've been on both sides. I've been on the receiving end. I've been on the giving end. Like it happens to the best of us. But you got to take advantage when you know that you're having that bow ball and you're just very controlled. That moment you feel that boat in front of you is slowing down. You have to take full advantage because honestly, there's nothing more like not demoralizing, but there's nothing more than somebody passing you and taking full advantage of that. And I mean, you pretty much suck the hope out of that other boat. And it's all a mental game. And so what you're going to do, because again, Andrew Manns just took first place, or is in first place lead right now, with Nemanja second and Nick Foley third. They're going back and forth. This is going to be nuts. This is the last 250 of the race. This is going to be an insane finish, ladies and gentlemen. Probably the best finish here at the 2023 Indoor Championships. I guarantee you.
200 meters, way less than that. The final few strokes, in fact, as they close through. Zayatovic able to get himself just
is this going to be a tie?
The line at a 126.
My goodness. Wow. What a race. Wow.
Nemanja Zayatovic with the fist bump to the leaderboard.
Wow.
6:07.3.
Wow. 132.1, 132.2. Look how close that was. Whew. That is insane. That is insane. Look at that. 0.3. Oh my. Do you see that?
Yeah. Yeah. Incredible, right? But the distance between second and third, just 1/10 of a second, with Nick Foley getting the best of Andrew Manns. That's the 1, 2, 3 for this category, but loads of other finishers coming in. William McCormick, Liam Diebert, Nathan Del Ross, Alex Sikoris, Michael Boyle, Angel Penna, and for the lightweights, it was Brandon Fernandez, followed by Alexander Crother. So, so much going on the floor. We'll hand it straight to Akil.
We'll go to the floor shortly, but again, those top three, 2 of those are Drexel Dragons.
All right, it's a good day for Drexel. Still coming through the line, Steven Costello, Justin Farrell, John Rojas. If you're just joining us on the YouTube live stream, this is the men's under 23 2,000 meter race and the under 23 lightweight 2,000 meter race.
And that's a pretty daggone good time for a lightweight as well, 137. That is awesome. Good stuff to Brandon Fernandez.
6:28.3 for Fernandez. John Roas in his final few strokes. What an absolutely incredible finish between all 3 of those top athletes.
Yep, that was awesome. That was awesome. That was the closest finish that we've had in terms of that top 3 for medal contention.
Trading places the entire time, using tactics like the stroke rate to their advantage, and then just 1/10 of a second separating Nick Foley and Andrew Manns. And well, Zayatovic, confident racing, and I'm looking to hear from them now on the floor.
We are here with the top 3 finishers in what was one of the most exciting races at this regatta so far. We have
Nemanja Zayatovic, Andrew Manns, and Nick Foley.
Nick Foley over there. I mean, this race was so exciting. They were battling it out. Did you guys have any idea of how tight it was during the race?
I was looking at his split the whole time, saw him 5 meters behind, and at the end he was getting me, but I was like, nah, I'm not happening, and I sprinted him.
And how about you? Were you keeping an eye on this guy?
Yeah, he's always been more of a sprinter than I was, so got a little scared coming in that last 200 meters, but I mean, we go back and forth all the time, so it was really fun.
Now, Nick, it was amazing watch you sort of even split there and then creep up a little bit. What were you thinking coming into that last 500?
I was thinking that I was going too slow, so I had to go faster.
All right, well, there you have it, our top 3 finishers and what was one of the most exciting races here. Thank you. Back to the desk over there.
Akil, it's a studio, man. It's a studio.
That was awesome.
That was really good.
That was awesome. I was at the edge of my seat for that one. I could definitely say that.
Really good. Really good. And really nice to see all 3 of them sort of interact at the end, have the chance to hear from all 3. Yeah, and as Akil said, right, probably the tightest race that we have seen this weekend, and we've seen some tight racing.
Yep. So I'm excited. Also, if you haven't noticed, wardrobe change is a little cold, just a little bit, but they got some nice stuff. I'm impressed, Got a little swag, a little drip. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's good. And for folks that maybe are here in person but listening to the stream, check out the expo. We have an incredible athlete expo with some 40+ health and wellness focused vendors. So there's really something for everyone out there. And I mean, merch. We're always here for the merch.
Always here for the merch.
Yeah,
always.
We're here. So I think we may be headed toward commercial break. But if not, I'll just give you a quick rundown of what you can expect to come. And that is Coxon's event, a max watts test, a relay. We have the kids back, and we have a couple more 2,000-meter races and a triathlon. So we will indeed head toward a commercial break, and we look forward to seeing you back here soon.
Meet Erg Central, the first solution for Concept 2 ergometer designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on Erg Central are instantly sent to all team members through the Erg Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to Concept 2P M5 monitor via Bluetooth to preset the workout details and gather workout data. Erg Central Live Coaching View will provide you with consolidated real-time stroke data for the entire team. No more waiting to act. Build your perfect stroke and help your team row together. When athletes complete their workouts, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. Erg Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at ergcentral.com. Let the coach coach, and let Erg Central do the work.
and we are now back. Do you want to try it?
2023 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships here in Atlantic City.
Fair enough.
I think I got it. I think it's close. It's
yeah,
close.
It was close. It was close. It was close.
2023 indoors. We're back.
Have you guys noticed anything?
Yeah, we had a little wardrobe change during the break. So
Twinning.
You know, we're twinning out. It's like it's a good deal.
It is. It is. I was just telling Colleen here. You know, it's making my muscles like look big. I like it. I like it. It's very fitting. You know. It's hugging me. It's hugging me. You know, I like the hugs.
Yeah.
I like the hugs.
You know, we're sort of inspired, right, by all of the strong people that we've seen this weekend. So we're feeling a little bit left out. We wanted in on it.
We wanted to flex just a little bit, you know, as we're burning these calories and giving you the energy through the camera. Like, it's close enough to a 2K.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, same idea, right? Same idea. Well, you join us, let's see, it's just 10:15 now. So we are awaiting the start of the women's under 23 2,000 meter race and the women's under 23 lightweight 2,000 meter race. So fast and furious in the last round with the men. As we talked on before, this under 23 category, it brings a lot of college age kids, right? So this is generally that age bracket of the collegiate athlete before they evolve into being more of that open athlete, right? That open age category. So expect to see some college jerseys here and there, and we saw a few of those in the last round, didn't we?
We did, and now last race, I wasn't aware that Drexel didn't just take the 2 of the 3 spots; they were 3 of the 3 spots. So that's a you know a telltale sign of the hard work that Drexel's putting in, and I think they're going to make a statement come the springtime, the spring season. So kudos to Drexel University and all the coaches and athletes that are putting in that time and effort, and it's showing because they secured the top 3 in the men's open event.
Yeah, it's really nice too, I think, to see like the depth of clubs represented. So we have several teams here where there's just a good representation of the full team. And beyond the energy that you're seeing in the room right now, there's been a whole coaching conference for U.S. Rowing above us. So from a coaching and sort of education perspective, that's been happening this weekend. We've had the indoor rowing events. We've talked about variety, so just many different ways to participate over 2 full days. So there's a lot going on in one space. This is a look at Hadley McCormick, who is warming up for the under 23 2K. So we'll see what Hadley McCormick puts together in this piece, and we should have a start underway in just a few minutes, just about 3.
And I gotta say, I like the unis. The unis on your screen, like it's very popular. I'm pretty sure that's South Jersey Rowing Club. So I'm not sure. I don't know if it's like a breast cancer edition, but like if it's not, that would be a pretty cool design for you know, breast cancer awareness, like uni, and it pops out and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we had those in college. They weren't suits per se, but they were T-shirts for the Bean Pot in Boston. So maybe some of our listeners have participated in that race. We did that a while back, but yeah, it's really cool to see the different. I mean, it's always fun to look at the unisuit styles, but you know, as noted in this event in particular, I love to see the college jerseys, and people get so excited to represent their university. You see it even in the masters categories. You know, representing their we saw Syracuse jersey yesterday from PJ. But for now, we'll bring our attention to the women's under 23 event as they await the start.
And I'm loving it. This might be an international race. I see some other country flags up there. Love to see it. And we are off.
And Kaylee Eaton, rather, quick start for her up at the top of the field. Good early start. We see the spots sort of flipping around the graphics as we start to sort out some of our early leaders. Kaylee Eaton, though, 30 strokes per minute, riding now with Madeline Sheena.
And you love to see it as you're looking on the stream, looking at Madeline. I love their relaxation. in her shoulders and her arms. I mean, when we talked about it yesterday, a lot of other athletes on that leg drive will kind of tense up their arms before they actually engage the arms, before it should be engaged, prematurely engage those arms. And Madeline looked like she was doing a very good job keeping that relaxed and conserving that energy and, you know, efficiently applying that pressure.
And just adjusting then, this is Bailey Leon-Levine. Big emphasis on opening the body and swinging into the back of the stroke for her. So you see these different techniques, different styles. We talk a lot about the legs. It's where most of the power is generated, the biggest muscles in our body, right? The quads, stepping back into the heels, and then that swing and acceleration all the way through. So this is Kaylee Eaton. She's leading the pack by about 8 meters over Megan Baldwin, who's running second. Kaylee at a cool 25 strokes per minute.
Love it. I love her shirt, Winter Watt Farm. I like that. I like that, bringing the heat. And then you have the lightweights, my favorite group of people, no bias or anything.
No bias. Yeah, the lightweight category is fantastic, though, and it's great to see these 3 women entered. So Rita Marie de Lima, Chloe Capizzi, and Kylie Pelican from the lightweight category.
And I love it. Very, very controlled, very systematic, very, what do we call it? You know, like the little metronome, the thing that just goes back and forth, and it's always the same. Like, what is that? Like
metronome, yeah,
metronome.
The clockwork.
Okay, yeah,
it's kind of like,
yeah.
You know, for those who had to take piano lessons as a kid, I was one of them. Maybe some people enjoyed it, but that metronome, right? It helps your rhythm, and that's spot on. We see really smooth, consistent rhythm. In fact, they've kind of synced up with one another. These 2 athletes, at least.
Absolutely.
Big push from Hadley McCormick over the last couple of 100 meters to overhaul Kaylee Eaton. Kaylee Eaton now running about 10 meters or so behind. Of course, they're right next to one another, so they'll have a sense and be able to feel that energy. But Hadley McCormick, it was a good second quarter of the race for her as she approaches halfway.
And like I said before, with that middle 1,000, it looks like Haley is really taking advantage of this 1,000-meter piece, as I would like to call it, because again, I like to separate into different segments. And she's really holding it down. I mean, she's at a 29 strokes per minute at a 152 split, and she looks like it's very sustainable for her. I mean, it doesn't look like she's exerting more energy than she should. It looks like she's very, very paced in this.
Yeah, it's a good point, right? So things like relaxing the shoulders, finding little ways in your body to not exert any more energy than you absolutely have to are really critical to getting that result. Hadley McCormick still on the move.
And she's pushing it. She is pushing it. And that's why I said that middle 1,000. What did I say? I said that middle 1,000. If you're able to bridge that gap, if you're not bridge the gap, sorry, if you're able to extend that gap in that middle 1,000 without exerting yourself too much and still having enough juice for the end, you'll walk away from the field. And that's exactly what she's doing. She's been holding a 152 for majority of that middle 1,000 piece.
Hadley McCormick will be first to get to the 750 to go. She's taken it up to now 31 strokes per minute, outpacing everyone by quite a margin, down at 153 in terms of average split, 155 or so. Her job in this third quarter of the race is just to keep moving and get to the last 25%, the last quarter of the race.
She has about 150 strokes 150 meters until she gets to that 500. So if she can hold off, if she can hold on to that 155, that last bit, she'll just be able to black out on it. So let's see if she can do it.
And just charge. Megan Baldwin able to pull herself ahead of Kaylee Eaton. So Kaylee Eaton, pretty hot off the start, maybe not able to hold the pace all of the way, but a valiant effort, a good push at the start. Of course, there's still time. She's just shy of the 500, but you can hear the energy behind us for Hadley McCormick. who's now got a pretty sizable lead over the field.
And let's not forget about these lightweights. I mean, they are right at the middle of this pack right now, and they are creeping up on the open weight women. So it's, again, like it's a beautiful sight to see. Beautiful sight to see. Like I say, small but mighty, and never count them out.
You can see the pain on McCormick's face, just absolute agony as she now moves into the final 400, looking toward that final 250-meter mark.
And there she goes. That's that squint. And I think I could tell she's digging deep because she knows that she's in front. She knows that this is her time to move.
Big
30
effort.
strokes to go. 30 strokes to go, and she's off with the gold medal. There you go. And at that 250, I think you guys are going to see a complete blackout, and she's just going to crush it. Keep an eye on that stroke rate. 34 strokes per minute, 158. I guarantee you she's going to drop it. She is definitely going to drop that split, guaranteed.
We'll have an eye. Still able to hold off the rest of the field. They're pacing pretty consistently behind her.
She is now at a 37 strokes per minute.
39, just under that 40 strokes per minute part.
They're telling her, coach is telling her to go. Blackout time. This is blackout time. Ladies and gentlemen, you're probably about to see one of the best sprints from Haley.
Bailey Leon Levine able to overhaul
44,
Kaylee Eaton as well.
155, 45, 153. And you'd love to see it. Beautiful sprint to solidify her gold medal. Yep. With Megan right not too far behind to solidify that second place finish. Followed by Bailey. And Kaylee Eaton not too far behind her.
Fiona Gallagher.
And the first lightweight crossing that finish line, Rita Marie.
Hanging now with the lightweights, Rita Marie de Lima, Chloe Capizzi, Kylie Pelican in the last 100 meters or so of her race. And a look at the full field. Stephanie Menzies through the line for the open weights, and Kylie Pelican in the final few strokes. Good response from the crowd. It's getting loud in here.
It is, it is. This is the support again. So what makes this thing go.
So we can see Akil queuing up for his interview as these women catch their breath. They've been really generous and willing to chat with us, and always good to hear their perspective and how they felt, they thought through the race. So we'll hand it over to the floor once they get set up. So just, and we'll head back.
What a race, what a race. That was pretty impressive work. How did you guys feel about your race? First, we have the winner of the U23 Open.
It was good, it was solid. Went out strong base. It's pretty mediocre, I think, overall, but feeling like I just rode a 2K, which is the goal. So
There you go, from Hadley McCormick. And Rita Marie, tell us about your race.
I'm pretty proud of it. I'm glad I was able to push it the last 500, so yeah, I'm happy.
All right, now what was your race plan?
Just keep it steady. I knew what my split time needed to be, so I kept it steady, and the last 500 brought it down.
All right, and how about you, Hadley?
I don't usually have like a structured race plan. For the past few pieces, it's been hold the split through the 1K, through that second 500, and then just go last 1K.
All right, last question, the no race plan. But last question, what advice do you have for anyone thinking about coming to erg sprints and pulling the 2K?
Do it. It's really fun. You'll get lots of valuable experience. You're rowing with a lot of really cool people, and it's just another workout.
Just another workout. And how about you, Rita Marie?
I would say make sure to train over winter break. That's how you get faster on the erg.
All right, no race plan, train over winter break, and just do it. All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Love that.
Just do it. Just do it. It's great advice.
it.
I'm telling you, among the advice that we've heard this weekend, the simplest advice is often the most profound.
Yep.
And we've been hearing it from the under 15s in particular. I mean, there's some really wise people here.
Yeah. Work hard.
Work hard.
How do you feel, or what attributed to you winning this? Work hard.
Work hard.
What's your motto? Work hard.
Stop working hard.
I'm like, all right, yeah.
Yeah.
So simple yet so concrete and so direct.
Yeah, it's true. It's it's simple, but it's important, and it works. So the next race will be in just under 10 minutes. That's the men's coxswain 1K. So these are our coxswains coming in for half the distance of that typical 2,000 meter race that we just saw. We have 5 entrants in this next category. Then we'll see a Watts test. We'll get into the relays. It's only going to get more fun. We see the kids race, some more lightweight racing, and then we'll finish with a triathlon. So we'll head to commercial break. We appreciate you being with us, and we'll look forward to seeing you in a little less than 10 minutes.
Meet Erg Central, the first solution for Concept 2 ergometer designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on Erg Central are instantly sent to all team members through the Erg Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to Concept 2P M5 monitor via Bluetooth to preset the workout details and gather workout data. Erg Central Live Coaching View will provide you with consolidated real-time stroke data for the entire team. No more waiting to act. Build your perfect stroke and help your team row together. When athletes complete their workouts, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. Erg Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at ergcentral.com. Let the coach coach, and let Erg Central do the work.
Welcome back as we await the start of the men's coxswain 1,000 meter race. Maurice, what did you say yesterday about the coxswains? I loved it so much.
Small but mighty.
They're small but mighty.
And I think we also have a women's coxswain joining in as well. So, and I'm pretty sure that she is a coxswain for Drexel.
No bias.
No bias or anything. No
bias.
I'm just
It's
guessing.
all good.
I think that's word on the street.
Well, we love seeing the coxswains no matter what. As a former coxswain, I have done a handful of these indoor races, starting back in high school with Crash Bees and a few other ones over the years. And you know, back in my day, it was the 2,000 meter was the full deal for the coxswains. Yeah. So, but the 1,000 meter sprints, a different strategy. It can be just as hard. You go a bit faster.
Now, I will say, so when we would do like our coxswain races, it was for the 2K, and it was more so a point like, when you're yelling at us, this is the pain that you're going through. Like, this is the pain that we're going through. Be mindful. Like, it was more of a life lesson and to kind of switch the roles.
Yeah.
But there's an interesting lesson there. Putting yourself in someone else's shoes and understanding, like, being able to understand the other side, and that's how you can create a better cohesion. Because if you have a coxswain that's going through, this 2K, they know exactly how it feels at each point of this race, so they'll be able to better coxswain, better motivate, and better coach the rowers that are inside of the boat.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I also felt too, as a coxswain, that it was important to show my rowers that, like, I was willing to step up and to do it. And so imagine for some of these coxswains, right, that's what's motivating them. And the other thing that's important to remember is these are hyper-competitive, athletic people themselves. So while they may be in the position of coxswain and physically, at least on water workouts, not participating in that type of workout with their athletes, they're competitive people. Like, they want to be out there and have the chance to line up against one another and have their own competitive moment. So it's nice that they're able to do that this weekend.
Right, exactly, and that's what we're seeing here. Charlotte is going to be coached by one of her fellow rowers from Drexel. So that'd be awesome to see the roles switched. And it looks like we have a couple guys from San Miguel Academy and then unaffiliated. So should be a good, fun race.
And we see these coxswains just warming up. You know, it's an interesting thing to be a coxswain during the winter training season for rowers who typically compete in flat water events. You know, so much of that role during the winter time becomes about leadership, support, of course, to the team, and empathy, and you know, as you said, sort of understanding what it's like to train during the winter and hopping into pieces, maybe here and there, something like this event. But it's also a real opportunity, especially for young coxswains, to really develop those leadership skills. So to do things like running land workouts, right, and having having that workout sort of in their own hands, being able to get to know their athletes even more. I always found it to be a deeply personal period of time where you get back onto the water. You've kind of all gone through that together. So while it is a different type of season for a coxswain during the winter, there are certainly opportunities to grow and develop, and also a period of time to listen to more recordings from coxswains.
Right. A lot of development to go there, because I mean, coxswain isn't an easy job. Not everybody can motivate. Not everybody can be a teacher. Not everybody can have that what do you call it, like that almost alpha male, alpha female, like, hey, I run this boat, the only one talking in this boat is me. Keep your eyes in the boat, stay focused, and I'm gonna get you across that line. Not everybody can do that. So it definitely, again, there's a lot of career development when it comes to, you know, that coxswain track, and I'm sure you can definitely attest to that.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think too, so much of it is finding a way to really be part of that unit too, in a role that is distinct from what if you're in an 8, your 8 other teammates are doing in the boat. So, like, you know, always being mindful too that you are part of that unit. Your job is to help this unit go faster. So I always say to young coxswains too, little things like when you're docking, like let's lean away, or we're doing this, the word we versus, like, you know, defaulting to the word we over I is something that I was always mindful of, just in sort of like semantics and the way that you communicate, I think is really important. It's always we. Everything is we, right. Whether you're in an 8 or a 4 or part of a team. And that we today, again, is a real moment for them to demonstrate to their rowing athletes and teammates that they're all in it together. So it's a fun day for them. It's a fun day for their athletes, and oftentimes you'll see their rowing teammates, behind them as the coxswain for a day.
And it looks like we will be shortly underway with the coxswain race.
So quick start. Matt Califano up at the top of the field, erg number 1. We saw Matt yesterday in the same event, so he had that warm-up moment.
Wait, can I point out something? Why is Ivan Milan in this race too? That is hilarious. They probably just threw his name in everything. They're like, he just signed up for everything, put him in all. Imagine seeing him. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious.
Yeah,
that
I don't know
so
that he's
funny.
actually racing.
He's not racing, but that is just
But they've thrown
funny.
his name in.
They did. That is funny. But it looks like we have Matt Califano leading the pack, followed by Oscar in second place and Gustavo in third. And you love to see it. Oh, look at Charlotte. Looks like she's sitting right with the pack. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's right. Charlotte Bentrim hanging with the rest of the coxswains. Matt Califano out to an early lead. Again, we saw him yesterday. We had a chance to chat with him, asked him about his strategy, and it was really straightforward. He said, that the goal was to get to A to B. He stayed focused. We see him just glance up at that leaderboard now. And I think we can expect an uncomplicated strategy from him again.
For sure. And I'm excited right now. I mean, we're approaching that 500, and Charlotte is sitting in second place overall. That's that Drexel fire in there, that Drexel Dragon fire. You love to see it. 34 strokes a minute at 157. Love that. And we are now crossing over that 500. And for that 1,000 meter, for that 1,000 meter race, that 500, that is your sprint. So let's see if Charlotte can hold off the rest of the pack here and secure second overall.
Califano steps into the final 300 or so meters through that 400, cruising through, looking for the final 250 meters at about 350 to go at the moment. Just 1,000 meters for these coxswains.
There you go. And then we got to switch. This is going to be a very interesting race for second and third here. They are all within 1 meter of each other. This is going to be a very beautiful finish and a very on the edge of your seat race. This is the last 250. This is all or nothing. There is no room to slow down at this point. You got to go. You have to go.
Alex Califano, brother to Matt Califano, also raced in this event yesterday, so he's holding court in what would be a second place finish. He'll have to look out though. Oscar Liendo, Gustavo Laureano looking to overhaul Califano. Alex, if he doesn't have an eye toward them. His brother though, Matt Califano, will still opening up that margin now with less than 100 meters to go.
And as long as he doesn't stop rowing, he will solidify that first place finish.
Last 3 or so strokes for Matt Califano, winner of this event yesterday, and he's done it again in the men's coxswain 1,000-meter race.
There you go, and you see everyone pretty close behind each other. I mean, Alex Califano looks like he will get second, and Gustavo will finish third, followed by Oscar and Charlotte. And Charlotte was right there. I am impressed. Way to go, Charlotte. Way to go.
Fantastic. As the tail end, and now the end of the men's coxswain 1,000-meter dash. Califano brothers, Matt and Alex, taking 1 and 2. Gustavo Laureano for third, followed by Oscar Liendo. And for the women, Charlotte Bentrim.
And it looks like they all beat Ivan by 1,000 meters. Love it.
And we just got word that we'll have a chance to chat with Charlotte Bentrim in just a few moments. So letting her catch her breath on the floor. Big smile, great to see those smiles. And there's a keel heading over, so we'll send it straight to the floor. Over to a keel.
All right, Charlotte. How do you feel about that time?
Pretty good. My last 2K was like a 2:01, so 2K is half. So the last time I did 2K was like a year ago. So
that's pretty impressive. You're right there with some of these young men. Do you train hard on the erg as well as your athletes?
I do. I train 6 days a week.
Nice, nice. Putting in the work. Now tell me about your race plan for this race.
Honestly, I was like, whatever I pull, I'm gonna just. It's basically a sprint, so.
So sort of just even split. Was that your goal, and then just try to empty the tank at the end?
Yep, pretty much.
All right. Now, what do you have a word of advice for any coxswains that are out there about racing?
Honestly, just go for it. Like, what could go wrong? Like, there's nothing you have to lose, so just do it. It's really fun.
And this is my final question now. What do you think it brings to coxswains when they have the ability and opportunity to race like this?
I always think it's awesome. Like, I always try to enter lightweight races if there's not coxswain categories, but I like to represent, you know, our kind of group of people as coxswains, because I mean, I used to be a rower, but you know, I'm a little bit small, so I had to become a coxswain. But I really feel like you can connect better with athletes if coxswains also row. So I do train 6 days a week just so I can be more connected with the team.
There you go, coxswains. Get connected with your team, work out 6 days a week, and enter indoor races. All right, back to the studio with Colleen and Maurice.
Love it. Words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, it's the connection. It's the connection.
Yes.
It's the empathy, the ability to understand. Absolutely.
Yep. And I love it. The energy, I can feel her energy, and she's just so happy and so excited. And I saw a lot of her team, you know, cheering her on, and that is the cohesion that you build. You know, the best teams out there, they have that cohesion, because in rowing, it's not an individual stroke, it's one stroke, depending upon which boat you're in, of course. But when we're talking about, you know, the 8s and 4s and everything, you have to be one. You have to move as one.
You have to be one unit for sure. And super fun to hear her take as well on, number one, it being a fun event to participate in, but she trains herself. So she, you know, has her own sort of athletic pursuits and athletic goals and capabilities. And so really, really cool to see that as well. We love the coxswain events. We're getting ready in just about 3 or so minutes. So we'll stay with you for the max watts test. So we'll take a look at that lineup in just a moment of who we'll see again. But I do think we'll see Ivan for real, in real life.
In real life.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
man is like, it seems like he is the spirit of the indoor rowing championships. I mean, he's just everywhere.
Yeah.
He's everywhere. It's
He's
awesome.
everywhere.
It's awesome.
It's awesome. It is. So we'll get the names flipped up on the leaderboard here in just a moment.
And I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces here. Anastasia Price, I raced against her at Coastal Trials last year. Isabella D'Angelo, she is a Drexel Dragon. She is also Philadelphia City Rowing from the high school program I came from. So this is going to be some exciting stuff to see.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really good. It's going to be awesome. Well, a little bit warmer for us today, maybe not so much in the room. We were saying yesterday, we're here at the beach, technically, in Atlantic City. And one of the really cool things about this conference is, this event, but also the conference above us, is that there's some like badge access going on with the local community. I haven't had a chance myself, to be honest, to check those pieces out, but the venue, allows for badge access, and really, I think the intent is to bring the community into this event to give people whatever those perks might be, an ability to kind of interact with vendors in the city. So we're loving being in Atlantic City, even if it's February. We're here for that.
Even if it's February.
We're here for that.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
And we can see just still the cool down of the event that we just saw.
And I'm pretty sure wasn't Alex and Matt in that previous event as well? Well, not the coxswain race, or maybe, I'm pretty sure they raced already today, and they're racing again.
Yeah, I'm going to wait for the names to pop up.
Yeah, they were in, Alex Yeah, he was in the Max Clarkson event. So
Yeah.
I wonder if he's racing again.
He could be. He could be just keeping warm right now. I wanted to validate that with the leaderboard. I know we have the names up here, but saw the same thing. Wasn't sure if the names needed to be refreshed. But you know what? I hope not. I hope we're just carrying over. It's not just about participating in multiple events. Maybe it's about the back-to-back flex.
Yeah,
Could be.
Yeah, hey, go for it. And yeah, we have Anastasia Price on here doing her thing. Yes, she is a coastal rower. She is a champion recently in the South Jersey lifeguard. Sorry, South Jersey Lifeguard Championship. You know,
We want to make sure we get it right.
I'm like, yeah,
There's
I'm
many
like,
ways
hold
to be
on.
a champion, but you
There
got to
is,
get
hold
the
on. I
right
was
one.
like,
Yeah, you got it.
Hold
It
on,
can.
it's gonna come to me.
Yeah.
It's gonna come to me.
Yeah.
The eye in the sky got me.
Yeah.
So yeah, South Jersey Lifeguard Champion over here, Anastasia Price.
So multi-talented.
Multi-talented, and she also did pretty daggone decent at the coastal trials for the U.S. This past trialing period last year. So hoping to see some good things from her.
Yeah, really cool to see the sport of rowing evolve in so many ways with the sort of advent of the coastals and ocean rowing, and then even as we've said, right, reflected here this weekend in its own right with the variety of ways to participate. We've mentioned the Athlete Expo a few times with our 40+ wellness focused vendors. So a real emphasis on both the mind and body this weekend. It's not, there's, you know, there's so much emphasis, of course, and talk about splits and times and ergs, etc. But you've got to make sure that you're taking care of both your mind and body too. Critically important.
Right, very, very, very important, because mental health and physical health work hand in hand. You can't have one without the other.
That's right. So we'll stay with these athletes now. For those of us who are just joining the YouTube live stream, my name's Colleen Seville, and I'm here with Maurice Scott. We're delighted to be bringing you the action today. We have Akil on the floor, bringing interviews mere seconds after these athletes have finished their various pieces. So we love hearing that from them. We love the fact that this event is back together in person, in real life, following, you know, a few years of pandemic events and hybrid events, which were fantastic, but there really is something special about being back together in person in this community.
Exactly. You know, seeing these athletes is very motivating. It's just like, yeah, like, I'm just sitting there like, maybe I should hop on.
You want to hop on?
You know?
Come on, Maurice. There's still time.
I know.
They'll get you on the registration.
Oof.
Come on.
Oof.
We'll get you in the triathlon.
I know. I definitely want to do that. I definitely want to try that. That looks super fun.
Yeah,
it looks
it
super
does.
duper fun. Well, it looks like we may not have Isabella here today. Just maybe Anastasia on that woman's side. And then we will have Alex Califano, Matt Califano, and Richard Califano. Wait, is this a family affair here?
I mean, I'm going to make that assumption, having not validated it. It is. I know that these are two brothers. I'm going to assume that that's dad, but we will we'll validate that and hopefully get an interview after the fact.
Love that. Okay. Look at that.
Anastasia Price
Showing
off the
her-
line.
Showing her speed, her free speed here. And Matt Califano leading the pack.
So this is the watts test again, and to reground and how this is run, it's 60 seconds. So this is going to fly. You can see that graphic in the top right. You're already 25 seconds to go, and the goal is exactly what it sounds like. It is to get the strongest, highest watt possible. So it is an emphasis on pure power.
On pure power, and you see Anastasia is actually leading the whole event right now. She's at a 42 strokes per minute, and we don't see on the screen, but right now her equivalent to the watts is a 113.9 split per 500. And that will do it.
Matt Califano, 326 watts. So well done.
And Anastasia Price takes that overall with a 137.7. Anastasia, yep.
So big round of applause, and we'll sync up with our winner. And it's Anastasia. Here they go, queuing that up.
Love it. 375.
Yeah, super cool. So we'll hand it straight to Akil. Looks like they're queuing up down there.
So Anastasia, Max Watts, solo competitor. Tell us, what's your plan for Max Watts? How do you approach that race?
You know, you just have to have fun with it. It's a minute long. You know, you start to kind of max out a little bit towards the end, but before, you know, you realize you're getting tired, it's over. So it's a fun race.
Right. So do you have a certain number of strokes that you think about until, like, I've got to hit my max watt here?
Well, I think about, like, once I'm at the halfway point, just give it a really hard 10, you know, to keep it up high, keep that split as low as possible, max power, and then just kind of hang on for dear life those last little bits. You're starting to lose all that energy.
There you go. Well, thank you very much for the interview. There you go. Halfway, hang on. All right, back to you in the studio.
So I'm starting a little
Did you see
notebook.
what I just did? I literally was about to put this on. Say it's been a long weekend. Like I'm literally
another one
about to, yeah.
So I'm starting a little notebook here, Akil, with the words of wisdom that the athletes are telling us, and I mean I think it would make for like this really good framed thing, this diary or this framed picture, because we're getting such great advice, and we really do appreciate that words of wisdom from the folks on the floor.
Absolutely, and well done to all the athletes that have, you know, solidified their place up on the stand.
So we'll change gears once again in just about 15 minutes, just under 15 minutes. We will shift to the relays. We love the relays. There's so much energy. There's so much excitement. It is so fun to see these athletes cheer on one another. Coach is sometimes there. Mom and dad or guardian is there. And so we really look forward to that. Unlike yesterday, which was the under 19 relay, so high school age kids, this is open. So we'll get the open category going, and we'll look forward to that at 11:10. So again, just over now, 10 minutes.
Sweet.
Meet Erg Central, the first solution for Concept 2 ergometer designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on Erg Central are instantly sent to all team members through the Erg Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to Concept 2P M5 monitor via Bluetooth to preset the workout details and gather workout data. Erg Central Live Coaching View will provide you with consolidated real-time stroke data for the entire team. No more waiting to act. Build your perfect stroke and help your team row together. When athletes complete their workouts, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. Erg Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at ergcentral.com. Let the coach coach, and let Erg Central do the work.
Get me fabulous, man. Get me on.
Okay, I got it.
I'm doing it for the kids. It all goes to the kids, right?
And we are now back here live and direct in Atlantic City for the 2023 U.S. Rowing National Indoor Championship.
2023 indoors.
Yeah.
2023 indoors. We're back. We're back, and we're inside, and we're having so much fun getting ready for the start of the open team relay. So we'll have men and women both on the floor at the same time. This is open, so we saw the relays from the high school age kids, the under 19s, yesterday.
Yep.
Today it's open to all ages, and it'll be really fun. I mean, these relays are a blast, and they're very nostalgic, I think, because they bring you back to winter training in high school especially, but in college too, if you needed just like a fun Saturday workout. This is one way to do it.
It is. And I love to see the representation here at Jefferson University, which is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. No bias, promise. Then you have ODU. I have a few teammates that row out of there, so they're representing out of Virginia. And we have some other folks from St. Augustine, which I'm not sure exactly where that's from, but I'm sure they traveled.
And we love to have them here. There's great representation from so many different teams. As you can see, the athletes are still kind of getting organized themselves, but Akil, when we get there, will take you through the action from the floor. So you'll be down on the floor with the athletes, with their coaches and teammates and supporters. And, I think one of the things that's like so fun about these relays too is the strategy. Do you go first? Do you go last? Who goes in those two middle spots? It's a 2,000-meter relay, and there's 4 participants within each group, so it's 500 meters for each athlete. And there's some fun being first, and there's some pressure being last. It depends on what you categorize as fun.
Yeah, I mean, if you can be that, if you could be that anchor and be that. That dog at the end, you're probably going to be, that last 500. If you can set the standard high, probably going to be the first one to go. So we'll see the techniques between each of these teams and how they number themselves throughout the 500-meter pieces.
Yeah, a lot of fun, these events, these relays, and again, just another way for folks to participate in a wide variety of events this weekend. So a couple of squads from Jefferson. We did see, I think it was the Atlantic City High School yesterday, had 4. But for now, we'll send it over to Akil as we prepare to start. So Akil, over to you on the floor.
We are here at the relay event, the 2,000-meter relay event. We have 3 different races within the race here. We have the open women's, the open men's, and the mixed. Right now, we have started out, it looks like for the women, we have Jefferson 1 out in the lead, followed closely by Jefferson 2 and ODU alumni. Now you can look now, the crews are here cheering for one another, really getting that effort in, establishing themselves in that first 500 meters of the race. They're looking good. Here we go. Over here in lane 2, we have Jefferson. They are pressing hard, holding their lead. And wow, we have a restart of the race. This is quite unfortunate as these athletes have really gotten into the groove. We were well into the first 500 meters of the race, and I'm not sure of the reason. Maybe we'll get some clarity soon. So we are going to have a restart. The athletes are just as perplexed as I am. So we're trying to sort out the confusion. Athletes are looking at the leaderboard. We're not quite sure what has happened yet. But the start of the race wasn't announced. So I'm guessing that there was some technical error on the start. we're looking around. Still a little bit of confusion, but I think the athletes are getting settled down right now and back into their groove, ready to start. It'll be interesting to see if they continue with the original positioning of the athletes, whether or not they'll start with the same person. It looks like ODU might be making a switch and having another athlete start the relay. All right, it looks like the confusion is settling down. Dan Garbutt is trying to settle the athletes down and get them back onto their ergs. Right now you can see the athletes talking about their game plans again, trying to figure out what's going on right here. All right, it looks like we're getting reset again on the leaderboard, so we might have start shortly. Now, this is the first time in this event that we've actually had a restart, so we're sorting out the bugs, but I think that we'll get back on track soon. All right, looks like we're ready to get ready again. We're going to get started. I don't know if there's going to be a little bit of warm-up for these athletes. All right, so they've been asked to stop rowing, which means we're getting ready to restart this race again. A lot of confusion. Maybe we'll get a little insight into what happened after the race, but for now, it's time for these athletes to get back into their game plans, back into their headspace, and start this race over again. It'll be interesting to see if they've gained any information, and we're off again. All right, and we're not started yet. Another false start. False start. They're just testing. All right. There's definitely some feelings about that. We're live, so hopefully those have been bleeped out. So it looks like that was just a test to make sure that we get everything going. You know what is apparent is that these athletes are cagey. They are ready to pounce. They are fired up and ready to go. So all of those pre-race jitters should be out because this will be effectively the third time that they've started this race. So hopefully this time we'll get a good clean start and we'll have the opportunity to watch. As I was saying before, it'll be interesting to see if Jefferson gets out to that same fast start again, or if ODU will be able to gain some knowledge from that. There's 2 Jefferson entries in this race for the women, and so I think that that's going to be one of the interesting races. Now for the mix, we have RDT, who competed in the row ski yesterday, and so I think we're actually getting ready to actually start this race again. So. Taking a brief moment to see if I can listen in to what's going on. Got a little bit of levity here, false start by one of the athletes. I think everybody's back into good spirits now and ready to go. I got the okay from one of the competitors there before, so looks like we're good. Shaking it out here. We have the unaffiliated men's team here on the side. I think looking really just to get their best time. We have the RDT CrossFit team really looking to see what they can do. It's been interesting to watch them compete in the triathlon as well as some of the other events and really see some of the relationship between CrossFit and rowing. We might be picking up some new athletes. So it looks like we might be getting ready to go now. We're going to get the timing down. The timing system seems to be maybe the hitch in the giddy up there, if you will. But looks like we're actually ready to start this one, hopefully in the next couple of minutes. Okay. Well, right now we have a situation where we have the wrong start sheet up. But I think that's maybe just a test to see what's going on. And so now they're really just adjusting the start screen to get back to the relay. And then shortly after that, they will hopefully begin this race. And so we're back to the start screen now. It looks like the athletes are ready again. I see some of them jumping up and down, getting those last drinks of water, really focusing in, trying to get ready. What I thought might have been a switch in lineup by ODU, it looks like they're going back to their original lineup and preparing. It's interesting. So before the race, it was interesting looking at all of the different techniques people were using for the transition. As we watch this race, that's one thing to look for, to see if the different types of ways these athletes transition during the relay, trying to not lose time, trying to make that transition as fast as possible within the allotted rules. We did have the referees come over at one point and disallow some different techniques. One crew was holding the feet of the athletes so that they weren't actually in the straps. That wasn't allowed. There were teams trying to keep the handle moving during the transition, and that also is disallowed. So there are some rules. This isn't just all out, everyone for themselves type of situation. There are some rules, but one thing to look for during this race is whether or not the ergs are moving. These athletes will be applying some tremendous force because it's a 500-meter sprint. And so each athlete doing their part, it'll be nice to see if they have any strategies about trying to hold on, or whether or not each athlete is just maxing out for each part that they're responsible for. Each athlete will be going 500 meters, 4 members to each relay team. So we're back to looking at a mismatch in the start sheet and the actual athletes. So still a little bit of confusion here. Now we're going to send it back to the studio so that they can maybe glean some insight into what's going on.
Yeah, we're back at the table with all the shenanigans and whatnot.
It's a tall task what's going on, but it does make me think, Maurice, I wanted to ask you, do you have a memory of a false start? And if so, like what false start from flat water racing jumps out to your mind? Because for those tuning in on the live stream, what we think has happened, right, is a false start. We did get confirmation on that, there was a malfunction at the start. The machine wasn't starting properly, so they needed to restart the race. That happens on the water too.
It does. To be honest, I've never had one of those happen to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it may be like a rare
lucky guy.
Occasion. But yeah, I know I might be a rarity. Has it ever happened with you?
Yeah, it has a handful of times. And so what can happen, and again, flat water on the water racing is, someone's not ready and the starter calls the race, and it is a critical component of a coxswain's job to stop their boat if they think that the race has started unfairly. And that takes a lot of guts, because all you want to do is go with the pack.
Yeah.
So there's some real restraint and commitment to knowing the rules there for the coxswain. But when the coxswain does that correctly, you know what? More stories to come, because we're going to send it back to the floor. We'll talk more about this later, but it sounds like we're getting started out there. Back to you, Akil.
And it looks like we're back. We're calling him the commissioner. Dan Garbett is getting ready to give the start of this race. The screens are all set. The leaderboard is all set. These athletes are all set and ready to race. All right, we have the calm has resumed here for what I'm hoping will be an exciting race in the women's relay. We have 2 Jefferson entries and 1 ODU alumni entry. All right, we're getting ready here. The goal is to try to start all of these athletes together. A lot of tension from the 2 false starts. So these athletes are just trying to remain relaxed right now and focused on their game plan. Right now, here we go. Stop rowing. Looks like we're ready. There it is.
Attention.
And we're off now. This time, it's all for real. No mistakes. It looks like we're in that first 50 meters. The men's team, unaffiliated, is cranking out a 129. It looks like Old Dominion has managed to get out to a start this time over the Jefferson crew in the women's race. And here we go down in the mix. We have a really tight race. Moving in that ODU race. Jefferson is holding tight. They're about 15 meters behind, pressing hard. Here we go. We've got ODU going, and it looks like they did change the lineup. So now they have another athlete in place. Pressing hard. It's only 14 meters between the Jefferson crews and ODU alumni. They are pressing hard, holding 150. It looks like the Jefferson crew might be eating back into the lead. That's it. It looks like RDT is out over the Viking crew. All right. As we move into this first 500, let's watch these transitions. What impact will this have on this women's race? Those transitions just happened, and now we're down here. We're watching RDT. We're watching these CrossFit athletes. One of the competitors from the triathlon yesterday is now cranking it out. It is a tight race down here. There's 5 meters separating lanes 10 and 11. ODU has managed to maintain a 10-meter advantage over both of the Thomas Jefferson crews. And here we have RDT CrossFit showing us what they've got, pressing hard. You can see the pain. These sprints are tough work. The lactic acid building up. It's a battle of how long you can handle. And here we go, back to the women's race. ODU has managed to stay ahead. Both Thomas Jefferson crews are within a couple of strokes. Biting down that lead, stroke by stroke, 9 meters down. Can Thomas Jefferson pull back? Can ODU hold them off? It looks like a move. As we move into this last 1,000, we're about to see if this transition has any impact on that race. And here we go. They're about to make the transition. Let's see if there's any difference in the technique. The handle has been let go by ODU. Jefferson held onto the handle, put the foot straps in, and now we're off. ODU a little behind on that transition. Can they hold off Jefferson? "10 meters separating this race down here with the mixed teams. Unaffiliated and RDT, lanes 10 and 11. We're moving down to watch the men's race, where these guys are going solo all by themselves. It's only about the time. Can they do better than what they've done before? We've watched these guys compete individually in the 2K. 1:16. Here we go. They're trying to break some records here. 1:19. Last 500 meters. ODU has managed to get back into the lead after the transition, but not by much. Watching here, we can see the focus, the determination. 1:23. We've settled in down here in the men's race. You can hear his teammates. Every stroke counts. Every stroke counts here. 500 meters. 250 left for the men. Down for the mixed teams. Lane 10 has just crossed the 200.
So a pickup from Akil, such fantastic action down there on the floor as we see the tail end of this relay. These transitions have been really incredible and so much heart. It's great to see the CrossFit team back, FDT.
It is, and I think they were possibly a late entry because we don't have their names up here, but it looks like they are leading the pack, and I'm pretty sure that will be Anastasia's team, and we just saw her win that Watt test right before this, so she's laying it down. You can see her in that yellow shirt in the far or upper left-hand corner of your screen.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, right, to go from that event straight on into this one.
And I'm pretty sure they walked away with that.
Last 250 meters here. We have 3 boats abreast. 1, 2, 3. ODU, Thomas Jefferson. 11 meters separate first and second in this race. Can they press hard? Can they move? Who will win this race here? Last press here. Here we go. Not much left now. Rung at a 36. All teams are at about 143, 145, 142. Pressing hard. You can hear their teammates cheering them on. This is it. This is what racing is about right here. And the final bits. Here we go. Can ODU pull it out? And yes, they did. Followed by the 2 Thomas Jefferson boats. What an exciting finish in that women's relay. That was very impressive. What was really amazing about that race was to see the restart after that. ODU made some adjustments in their lineup, and then they came out, were able to get ahead, and now we're going to go right into an interview with the men's relay team here. All right, here we go. Hey guys, we're jumping right into this. Great work. How did you feel about those restarts?
A little upset. We thought we definitely lost something. We had fun with it though. I mean, we rebounded well, I think.
Okay, now was this the time that you were looking for?
No, we wanted to break 5:40. I think their transitions hurt us a little bit.
Yeah, I think we were close. I think this is our first time practicing it, so I think if we had a little bit of more polish for next year, we'll be able to do it.
Okay, so what was the thing about the transition that you think got you?
Feet out, getting the feet back in. We thought we could pull, so that was an adjustment. So I think just getting the feet in and out for people quickly, that's going to be just minimizing the time off the erg.
Now, I saw you smashing that erg with 119 splits for a while there. It's pretty impressive stuff. How do you feel about your performance?
I'm exhausted, but
you also did 750 meters too.
Yeah, it was a lot. But, it was great. Good to be with the guys again. And
Did you guys make any changes to your lineup after that the initial start?
We adjusted. We moved our anchor to our start and flipped it vice versa, which there was so much time after the fact. Probably could have stayed, but it doesn't matter. It was good. It worked out well.
All right, and who do you guys represent?
St. Augustine alumni.
There you go. St. Augustine alumni finishing the men's relay. All right, we're going to go back to the studio.
Yeah, thanks so much, Akil. You know, it's so interesting, the comment about the transitions, because we'll see, and we have seen that, of course, in the triathlon. So in chatting to some of the athletes yesterday, you know, that's a really big part of these relay events and these triathlon events. And it's really particular to rowing, right? Because the foot plate adjusts depending on the size of one's foot. And so you want to be able to sort of keep it, for these relays, keep it at that standard like length, but we were seeing people adjust it yesterday.
Right.
And as they said, right, it demands practice, but they did say too that they'll be back next year.
They will be, and that's exciting to hear.
Yeah.
Super duper exciting to hear, and I love the energy from that race, because it seems like everybody within their own category, it was pretty tight. I don't think anybody had a demanding lead amongst all these crews, so that was pretty awesome to see.
Yeah. And, you know, handled the false start, so to speak, very, very well. We heard the guys talk to us a little bit about it there, that it was just like, you know, a moment they had to sort of sort themselves. And it's to close out the water conversation. Well, it's the same way on the water. They'll sound this really big buzzer. Everyone has to go then back to the start. But the most important thing is to get calm, cool, collected straight away. And that's the job oftentimes of the coxswain. To get them back in and to get the boat sorted. So we're glad that relay went off and was so exciting to watch. We'll be up next with the men's and women's kids, so ages 5 through 12, and we'll head to commercial before then.
Meet Erg Central, the first solution for Concept 2 ergometer designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on Erg Central are instantly sent to all team members through the Erg Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to Concept 2P M5 monitor via Bluetooth to preset the workout details and gather workout data. Erg Central Live Coaching View will provide you with consolidated real-time stroke data for the entire team. No more waiting to act. Build your perfect stroke and help your team row together. When athletes complete their workouts, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. Erg Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at ergcentral.com. Let the coach coach, and let Erg Central do the work.
The start, welcome back, awaiting the start of the kids event. This is so much fun. We saw this event go off yesterday as well. These are kids age 5 through 12, and it's a 500-meter dash. They are very brave.
They are. They are. Again, like I said before, between the age of 5 and 12, I was rolling in the grass in the front yard. I was not doing a 500-meter piece, so good for them. I love it. I love to see it, all the little ones. It's so good. It's so cool.
Yeah, kudos to their energy. Akil mentioned on the floor before that in the relay, the people were just like cagey. They were ready to go. Well, you're seeing it with the kids too. I mean, they're smiling. They're out and they're ready to do it. But they've got some energy built up, and we can see it.
You know, I'm curious what clubs a lot of these athletes are from.
Yeah.
So that'll be pretty decent to know, but we do have their names up there, so.
I would love to get an interview too. We'll see if we can convince one of these brave kids to come up and chat into the microphone as well.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm seeing some familiar faces, and we have the sisters.
Yes.
The Massey sisters. The younger one is going again after she raced her sister a little bit earlier today. So it's awesome to see her big sister behind her, pushing her along. So that'll be the one to watch throughout this event.
Yeah, they're just getting started now. But we mentioned earlier for the Massey sisters, we saw mom and dad in the chairs behind them. So she's mixing up her coxswains, and we're waiting for the start.
We will be underway.
Attention. Full start. Please stop rowing.
And it looks like we may have had another false start.
Oh no.
Ooh, I'm telling y'all, parents.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Kids are so adaptable. I feel like if anyone's going to false start, like, let it be this category. They don't care. They'll just
they're
do
like,
it.
whatever.
Yeah. Tuck in the ponytail.
Love it.
Into the hood. We're in our nice little hoodie sweatshirts here, too.
I know,
the
nice
US
and
Rowing ones.
cozy.
You'll see us.
Nice and cozy. Oh. Wow. Love this.
Sit ready. Attention.
There we go.
So 500 meters. And this is the kids event. These athletes are 5 through 12. These kids are age 5 through 12. And it's all for fun. We're going to bring you the action with some of the splits and the pacing, but we want to emphasize, like, the point is to get out there and have some fun, and we're so delighted that so many kids were willing to enter this. Robert McCready, though, up at the top of the field, you see his name there. He's down at a 147.
Love it. Love it. Now, you think we're going to see any records broken today?
I hope so. I hope so. He's already 200 meters down. He's less than 300 to go. Henry Halper running just behind him. The crowd cheering.
I just hear somebody in the background say, pull harder.
Pull harder. That's the name of the game. Simple advice. Carter Dorley, Sierra Fisher, Emily McCready. Another pair of siblings there, Emily and Robert. Jaden Mule, Maggie Kelly, Ariana Massey, whom we've seen, River Finnegan, Beatrice Garboot, and Phoebe Garboot. And we're flying with the crowd here with that camera shot. Back to the kids. Robert McCready, right on his tail, Henry Halper. 100 meters to go. I mean, these are the moments where you fall in love with rowing, right? So one of the kids yesterday said, well, my dad rowed at Henley, so that's why I want to row, and I think second's good. And it's like, second's amazing, and the fact that you're here is amazing.
Right. No, it's awesome. It's awesome. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this before, so I'm honestly like it's almost like speechless because it's just really cool to see. They starting so young.
Henry Halper, big hug, maybe from Big Brother. Super cool. Henry Halper holding 2 minutes flat.
Love it.
And the rest of the field rolling in. Robert McCready not far behind him. 2 minutes, 0.9 for his average split. Then Carter, Dorley, Sierra Fisher, Emily McCready, Jaden Mule, Maggie Kelly, Ariana Massey, River Finnegan, and Beatrice Garboot.
Love it.
Phoebe right with her.
Go ahead, Massey. Love it. Go girl. You see the smiles.
So cool.
See the smiles.
Big cheers. And a big smile from the winner, Henry Halper. You see him there in the red shirt. Super fun. This is the kids' event. And the Garbutt sisters in their final few strokes. That's Beatrice and Phoebe. That's hard work.
Go girls.
Great
Love
job,
to see it. Love
everyone.
to see it. Go
Akil's
ahead
gonna have
now.
some fun out there. I'm ready for these interviews.
Absolutely, me too.
That looked like a yeah from Henry Halper, so we should hear from him shortly. Good stuff. So we'll hand it over to Akil.
All right, here we are with the kids 5 to 12, 500 meter. Now tell me, seeing your big brother win yesterday, did that give you any incentive for today?
Yeah, it did. It helped a lot, yeah.
All right, now have you told him that you're coming after him already?
Yeah. God.
All right, and Dad, how do you feel about having your sons perform this weekend?
I'm really excited. It's a dream come true.
All right, so there you have it. We have the kids 500. It looks like it runs in the family. We have the little brother coming, Henry, coming after his brother Harry, who won yesterday. So exciting times. It's all in the family here at the Atlantic City Indoor Rowing Association. Back to you at the desk.
Thanks so much, Akil. As you proceeded with that interview, and as we heard Dad say it was a dream come true, there's like this gorgeous piano music in the background. I had to like wipe away a little tear. It's really emotional. It is so cool to see the families here this weekend. We love it.
It's amazing. It really is. And now it looks like we will be heading to a short commercial break, and we will be back with the men's masters and the men's lightweight masters coming soon.
Indoor, welcome back to the 2023 Indoor Championships. Akil, welcome back to the studio.
Yeah, it's good to be live in the studio. Did you guys like us throwing it back to the studio?
We love that. We love that. And you're working hard out there on the floor. Those interviews were really fun. The family affair. I mean, I had to wipe away a little tear.
Wasn't that amazing? Like, that was just, it was so funny. Like, I recognized it right away. I was like, hey, I saw that guy win the other day. So I knew that it was like that was a story that we had to tell.
Totally. And Dad, what did Dad say at the end? He said just like how proud he was of his kids. And
yeah.
So good. It's so cool to see truly like all of the support, whether it's like mom, dad, guardian, friend, parent, whomever. It's been really nice energy this weekend.
Well, that's what that's one of the things, one of the key takeaways for me is that, the community. I keep coming back to the community, and it was really awesome and exciting to see like how many families are here, how many people are coming back for different events and participating.
Yeah, I could not agree more. It's especially after, the COVID years, to have that energy in person, in real life, in so many different ways to participate. It's been really, really cool. And speaking of, it's what, 3 more events together. So
I know,
wiping away another tear as we look toward that. But we've still got 3 really exciting events long before we have to say goodbye.
Yep.
And the one that's up next is that men's Masters 2,000 meter race. And at the same time, we'll see some lightweight racing as well in the Masters category.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. We're looking at the screen here. We saw James Swift. He's been at Viking. A lot of Viking rowers here today, and it's really good to see the AC community out. But here we have some top talent here in the lightweight category. Definitely like some 2022 world champions and so on. So it'll be, and we're off.
And we're off. Fantastic start across the board, and a clean start after we've had some interesting starts in the relay.
Exactly. It was interesting to talk to the athletes after those false starts, but we're back on track now, and it's going to be exciting to watch how this race shakes out.
Andrew Benko with an early lead, cruising through 150 meters down. We're riding now, though, with John Block in this men's Masters category. So John Block at about 28 strokes per minute.
Yeah, and the thing to remember, we have a number of different categories in this flight, so there are a bunch of different races going on here. John Panico is leading in that men's Masters F category. And here we have in the men's G, Tom Phillips is leading David Spector. And that's the lightweight that I was talking about before, David Spector. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on him. He's raced 2,000 meters yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see if that has any effect on his performance today.
Yeah, I was saying earlier to Maurice, I love lightweight rowing. I love watching lightweight rowing because all things considered, right, they're the same size. So, of course, there's variables like height and length, and everybody's different and individual. But in the sense of weight and mass, that variable is consistent. So it makes for really tight racing oftentimes.
Yeah, and I can attest to having my butt kicked by lightweights on any number of occasions. So don't let the size fool you.
Yeah, they can be really efficient, can't they? It's like, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, and that's the thing about this sports. There's different ways to sort of tweak the lever. You can row higher, you can be more efficient. And so at the end of the day, it's all about finding the best way to move the boat.
Sitting now still with Benko. That's the graphic at the top of the screen, still showing you those lightweight standings at the moment. And Akil, as Akil mentioned, there's multiple races happening within one race. And that's because this is a Masters category, right? So there's different age brackets, 60 to 64, sometimes, a 50 to 59. So it can get multiple races within one big race, but it's really nice to have all of the energy and have multiple athletes, not just one or two sort of rowing by themselves. That's the idea.
And it's really, you look at Andrew Benko, and he's, cranking out sub 135 splits. And, it's just a testament to, like, the level of fitness that you can maintain in this sport. I really like looking here at the Masters I category. We have Dr. Frank Pravetti and leading, like, 50 meters over John Master.
And that Masters I category, that is 75 to 79 years old. So that's his category. And super cool to see the kids categories up against the Masters right after, right? It's like rowing's a lifelong sport.
Yeah, yeah. And still, you know, as you talked about the age of the Masters I, holding 159, holding under 2-minute splits, still crushing it. And here we have a look at Steve Teague, a British rower here. Looks like he has some British affiliation, wearing the Union Jack maybe, and just really steady and consistent at that 145, 33, 34 strokes a minute.
Masters F, so he'll be in the 60 to 64 category.
And he's a lightweight.
Even better, even better.
So, not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, we love it. Yeah, we love lightweights. And Benko's still up at the top of the field, 750 to go at a cool 33 strokes per minute. Sheer power from him.
Yeah, yeah, he's been pretty consistent throughout the race, holding that 33, staying under 135. It looks like he's trying to take it down a little bit, maybe making a little bit of a move, all out there by himself to keep himself engaged in the race.
We'll have to look out for John Panico, whom we're riding with now. He is behind him in that delta, and of course they're in two different categories, but that's the 1-2 at least within the folks on the floor at the same time. But John Panico leading within his age category, cool 29 strokes per minute.
Yeah, and you'll see Stephen Teague was up at around a 35. He's back to about a 34 now. He's second overall in this race, but as we were talking about, that's sort of what the efficiency of lightweight rowers. Just maybe the rating is a little bit higher, but they're still able to generate power.
Absolutely, and so much of that too is the way they're able to use the stroke rate to keep the wheel moving on an ergometer, and to use that to their advantage. They're generally pretty nimble in that regard too. This is the full field. If you're just joining us on the live stream, you're jumping in for the men's Masters category, which includes, as we've mentioned, lightweight participants as well. Just fantastic to see so many different age ranges represented in this category as well. But it's the men's Masters, and our leader, Andrew Benko, in his category, closing in on the final 250. So all of them through that halfway point in the closing stages.
Yeah, and this is a time in the race where, you know, there's not much left. You're trying to figure out what your finish plan is going to be, whether you have anything left in the tank to try to, you know, make a move if you're behind or hold someone off. So it looks like Andrew is smooth sailing. He's really closing in that last 250. He's now brought the rating up to a 35, and we're seeing he's pulling 131, 132 splits, which is about 2 seconds faster than he carried the rest of the race.
Super exciting moving into the final 250 meters. That's Andrew Benko. We get the fist pump. Delighted with that performance, as he should be.
And let's see, now we have the lightweight Masters coming through. It looks like Stephen Teague is going to pull it out there, and we'll see how the rest of these races unfold.
There he is, Steve Teague, men's lightweight Masters F category. That's 60 to 64 age range.
Last couple of strokes there, pulling hard. You can see the intensity there. 26 right through the finish. He's going straight through.
Pure agony.
Yes. We all know that pain of sort of just being done and just letting the handle go.
So we'll pan over then to the rest of the field. That's Tom Phillips. It's in the men's lightweight Masters G category, 65 to 69.
And we have John Panico, looks like taking the Masters F category.
Good to see a fist bump there. Al Flanders coming through. Dr. Frank Praviti. Again, in that 75 to 79 age category. And that's John Panico.
And Finishing up, we have John Masters in the Masters I category. And Rick Bako.
Fantastic. Fred Van Looy finishing his final few strokes on the course, as it were.
And I am Maurice Scott, and I'm here with Andrew, our winner of overall for the men's Masters event. How do you feel about that?
Good. My target time was 6:12.6. That's the world record for the 55 to 59 group. So 6:10.4 is better than my goal.
Wow. And so, are you saying, wait.
This is a world record.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a world record set. This is amazing. And this is why we do what we do. Like, hold on. So, like, what's going through your head right now? What motivated you to break this world record?
You know, once I got a bit older and saw this out there as something to kind of keep the competitive bug, it just was something to do. Just enjoy doing it. A lot of.
How old are you?
55.
55. That's awesome.
That is insane.
So,
that is insane. Tell me how was your prep? Like your prep leading up to this? Like, how did you get here?
just a lot of rowing. I enjoy running. I try not to take it too serious where it is fun, where it's not a full-time job, but something I try to take serious enough where I can get out here and compete like this.
He's not only a national champion now in indoor rowing for the United States, but this man Andrew has just beaten the world record for his category. That is amazing with 132.6 split. That is insane. Well done. Well done. It looked like you could do another one.
I don't know about that, but it was good. Maybe had a little bit more in there in me, but not much. So that's about it.
That's amazing.
I'm training for the Toronto thing in about 3 weeks, so it's kind of a stepping stone for the World Championships.
So what you're saying is you're going to beat your own record.
I'm trying for it. Yep.
I love that energy. I love that energy.
6'10".
I love it. Well, congratulations again, Andrew.
Thank you.
Way to go.
Thank you.
Way to go.
Wow. That's so cool.
That's amazing. I love to see that. Just the energy, the excitement, and you know that's what we do here at Nationals. We break records.
We break records. We break records. Andrew Benko breaking a record. And I love too his perspective on like, look, I do other things. I have other passions, but you know, when it comes to rowing, you know, work hard and enjoy these moments and the process. It's of course winning, but it's the training too. So really nice to hear from him.
Yeah. I really liked how he talked about like he likes running and he likes other things, and you know, I think that's where we're moving now about how do we approach things as a whole athlete, a complete, you know, look at our overall well-being and health.
Agreed. Yeah, and we've mentioned it a couple of times, but I love too that the Athlete Expo is wellness focused, right? So the vendors that are there were really choicefully selected to be about that whole mind and body athlete, which is super cool and really important. So, well, that's fun. We love record breaking.
I know.
It's so good.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing to watch them as well. And you know, one of the things that I think you alluded to earlier was that this is a lifelong sport. You know, I tell the story about a guy when I was at Potomac Boat Club. He's 80 years old, and we would help him down with his boat. But once he was in the water, muscle memory took over, and he would just go. And it was just truly inspirational.
Yeah.
You know, in those days, like I didn't want to be down there. I was tired. I was thinking, training's going to be terrible. I look at this guy, and it's like, all right.
Yeah, it's a privilege. It's a privilege, right?
It really is. It really is.
Well, fantastic stuff. We've got a couple more events with you today. We have the Women's Masters 2,000 meter race. Within that, we'll see a lightweight category racing as well. And then we've got the triathlon, and what a way to end the day.
I'm really excited about that. Well, it looks like we have what I like to call the Iron Man of this regatta, Yvonne Milan, competing once again.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Like every time I look down the start list, I see his name.
Yeah, it's wild. It's amazing. And a couple times we've chatted with him and we've said, like, Ivan, how do you think about coming into a weekend like this? What's your strategy? And he said, well, I always do multiple sports. I always do this. And that is such a profound sentiment, too. Like, I always train this way. I always do this. I always take the opportunity. So, Ivan, we can't wait to see you again.
You know, a funny note about Ivan is that, his rowing is not really, he doesn't know it as well. So he was actually entered in the Coxswain's 500 meter. I was looking at the start list. That's why he was listed in there, because he's just, so I think that the officials went to him and said, this is for Coxswain's, and he was like, oh, okay. So truly wanting to race in every event possible, every possible event. Yeah.
Oh, you've cleared that up, because we thought, well, the producers are messing with us, and they've just thrown his name in as a joke. So good for you, Ivan. Good man.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. So we've got about 15 minutes until the start then of the next race.
And
so we'll come back with you shortly. We'll send it to commercial, and more to come.
Yeah, exciting stuff.
Meet Erg Central, the first solution for Concept 2 ergometer designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on Erg Central are instantly sent to all team members through the Erg Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to Concept 2P M5 monitor via Bluetooth to preset the workout details and gather workout data. Erg Central Live Coaching View will provide you with consolidated real-time stroke data for the entire team. No more waiting to act. Build your perfect stroke and help your team row together. When athletes complete their workouts, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. Erg Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at ergcentral.com. Let the coach coach, and let Erg Central do the work.
Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Dan Garbett. This is Akil.
A little bit closer to you, Matt.
Thanks so much for joining us. This is Akil Abdullah with Hydro. They've been gracious enough to auction off one of their units here to benefit the Boys and Girls Club of Atlantic City. We've been collecting names and $5 tries here all weekend, and Akil's going to be doing the honors here, and we'll see who it is.
All right, let's see who's the lucky person to get one of those hydros. Here we go. Oh, nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Here we go. Nope, not that one. All right, here we go. And we have Boys and Girls Club. Is that?
I did not put that in there.
But did they win then? Like, how do we do this?
I don't know. We're gonna have to go back. We're gonna have to go back to the board here. and
Back to
figure
the
this
board?
out. Yeah.
All right. I'll put that one there. That's it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm fishing around. Let's see what we get here. Who do we have here?
Nope.
All right, not that one. No people were hurt in the drawing of these names. Let's see. This is going to be the winner chicken dinner. All right. What is that?
Warcetta Williams.
Warcetta Williams.
Left a number on here. And
Yeah.
We'll reach out to her. She left a phone number. We'll be Warcetta Williams.
Warcetta Williams wins a hydro and a 1-year subscription.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Akil. We've also raised an additional $500 on top of the money we've already raised for Boys and Girls Club with this auction. I can't thank you so much for all your energy and time for this weekend. I appreciate all the help.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thanks.
Great job, guys.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Akil, 2 more events to go.
I
It's
can't believe
bittersweet.
it. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to be done yet.
I'm not ready. No. No, if you're just joining us on the live stream, welcome. It's been a fabulous weekend. We're riding now with Diane Dietrich in the Women's Masters 2,000-meter race. We have a couple of lightweight entrants as well. This is our second to last event. It's just been absolutely fabulous. So much more to say on that, but for now we'll bring our focus to the race on the course.
Yeah, and once again, we have 3 races. They're all racing each other, but we have a couple of different races going on here. And here we have in the Masters I category, which is age 75 to 79 years old. And here we have one of the lightweight Masters F, which is 60 to 64, pulling 26 strokes a minute, holding a 2:09 split.
So broad range of participants this weekend, as we said, in both from the children's category all the way up to the masters categories. We were saying earlier, rowing is such a lifelong sport, and there's so many wonderful clubs around the United States too, with fabulous masters programs and hyper competitive ones at that.
Yeah. It's funny because, the story I tell about why I'm not competing in masters, because it's a no-win situation for me. I go out and people beat up on me, and they beat Akil Abdullah. If I win, then I'm just ridiculously tired.
So better to be in the commentary booth then. So you found the right spot. Yeah.
That's right. That's why I'm in the commentary box.
Yeah, well, it works. It works that way, and for us, of course, it's such a delight to be able to witness. In fact, world records that have been broken today. So
yeah. And we had one broken yesterday as well by in the youth division, the U15.
That's right.
So here we go. A lot of different representation here. We have Susan Robichaud in the Masters E category.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, good representation all on the course at the same time. They're moving through now the the second quarter of the race through the 1,500-meter mark.
Yeah, and one of the things about rowing and why you're able to do it for such a long time is the fact that it's low impact. So well on into your sunset years, you can keep participating in the sport. And what I really love seeing about the range of participation that we've had here is that the enthusiasm with which they compete. That competitive bug has never left them.
Yeah, I love it, and it's spot on too. I mean, we saw it in the Coxsons event earlier when we heard from some of those athletes, just how excited they were to compete in that category. Absolute enthusiasm. We're seeing so many smiles, high fives, fist pumps, and it's a great way to really think about indoor rowing and winter training for flatwater athletes. A lot of these athletes, this is the bulk of their winter season.
Yep.
There's always so many feelings about we're indoors or the erg, and to be able to break it up this way is really exciting, and we're experiencing that here.
Yeah, I know. It really did help back in the dinosaur era when I was training to be able to have a race to sort of think about during the winter season when we were indoors. So it's fun to see. Here we have Barbara Hogan here, women's lightweight masters, still crushing it. 22-22, Masters F, 60 to 64, representing Vesper Boat Club.
And big suspension into the back half of the stroke, really propelling the handle through. You see her open her body, press the legs down to generate that power as she prepares to move into the second half of the race at that cool 30 strokes per minute.
And the other thing that I really liked about this weekend was that we did get to see that entire age range of athlete. There's nothing like sort of intergenerational events to sort of just bring people together.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw mom, dad, we saw family members, we saw siblings. We saw siblings participating in the same event next to one another multiple times.
Yeah.
The Massey sisters in the men's Coxsons event.
The Calafino brothers.
The Calafino brothers. We saw parents and kids both taking part. It's been a really cool weekend, and we've mentioned a couple times too, there's the coaches conference happening just above us. So this whole dynamic of education, mind, body, all of it, there's just so many ways to be involved this weekend. It's been really dynamic in that sense.
Yeah, and you know, I'm sure that a couple of coaches saw some kids that they might be looking at in the future. I mean, we did have some pretty good times from some of the results yesterday.
Yeah, we really did, right? So there's the college, knowing that there's a whole squad of college coaches above you, maybe is motivating, doesn't need to be the goal, but maybe it's, you know, something that you can kind of feel. I personally bumped into both my high school coach and my college coach at the same setting. So again, that sort of shows the range of folks just here and interests and ways to participate and be involved in the sport. It's been really cool.
Yeah, yeah.
So Barbara Hogan leading in the lightweight masters single, that I category, 75 to 79 years. This is Diane Dietrich, whom we're riding with now. Up at 38 strokes per minute, so she knows now she's less than 700 meters to the line.
Yeah, and this is the time where, you know, the training kicks in, all of the hard work. You've got to ask yourself some hard questions here, and it looks like she's really pressing hard, staying focused, staying relaxed.
Yeah, locking onto the front, using the stroke rate to her advantage. Getting a little bit of noise from the crowd.
And, you know, the tough part, you know, about races where you're the only person is that, you know, you're racing against that time. You know what your best is. You know how you feel. You know what you can do. And it's just a question of, on that day, can you execute your race plan and maybe find a little bit extra to do better than you've ever done.
Yeah, it's a great point, too, because you do always want to go into race day just knowing that you've done the work. Of course, it's a special day, but to the extent that you can calm your nerves by saying, like, it's not a special day, I've done it before, right? So, like, getting yourself into that mindset. And interestingly, we heard a lot of that kind of self-talk from some of the younger athletes.
Yeah, I never listened to my coaches when they told me, like, this is just like any other race. This is just like any other day. Go out there and do what you're supposed to do.
Didn't work for you?
I was like, no, this is race day.
Yeah, I love that. Closing into the final stages here in the women's masters category. As mentioned, just multiple age brackets in this one group of athletes. Barbara Hogan, Diane Dietrich, Susan Brachny, Janet Margusti.
Yeah, and as these women come into this last bit of the race, you know, this is going to be interesting to see if they can produce the results that they want. Like I said, they all have a number in their head, and they all had a race plan going in.
And even the relay team, we heard, had a number in mind. So they were about 7 seconds off of it when you asked them, like, you know, is this what you wanted to do? So in these instances, yeah, where it's you versus you, you'll have a pace in mind, you'll have a number in mind.
Barbara Hogan here in the last 29 meters of the race, representing Vesper Boat Club in Philadelphia. And that's it. You can see the pain, the anguish, and the joy.
Yeah.
You know,
relief.
The relief of being done.
So catching her breath as the rest of the athletes come through. Susan Corson, Robichaud Brachny, Barbara Hogan has come through, Diane Dietrich, and there's Susan.
She looks excited.
She does. Good for her.
But way to bring it. I have this thing called the peacock walk after you're done, and it's like, no matter how much pain you're in, you just like, you give them the peacock.
Yeah, you gotta, especially in this like erg pit kind of scenario where you gotta get off your erg and like give them the walk.
Yeah. Now I don't suggest trying to walk like a peacock after you've done 2K. Like don't get confused, but it's definitely just, sitting up tall. The other part of it is really sitting up tall and letting the oxygen get back into your lungs.
Shoulders down, shoulders back. Yeah.
I am a peacock.
Yeah. I mean, hey, look, if we're taking count of this race advice, Akil, it's race day is race day. It's not any other day. Okay, and walk like a peacock when you're done. It's the most important part. Well, look, Maurice is on the floor, so we hope that we can hear from him shortly. We'll send it straight over.
I am live on the floor, Murray Scott with Barbara Hogan. Nice to meet you. And it looks like you just ran away with this race. How do you feel?
I couldn't pull the last 3 strokes.
You said you couldn't pull the last.
I was done. I was done.
You look great.
I executed my race plan, and my goal was under 9 minutes, and I think I made it.
I think you did too. Now I do gotta ask: are you from Vesper?
I'm from Vesper, Fairmount, Bachelors, and Carnegie Lake, and Riverside, Boston.
I love it. See, I'm a Boathouse Row guy too, and I saw the Vesper meeting. I said I wouldn't even expect nothing less. You destroyed it, and you look great doing it. And I think that's the Vesper way, huh?
It was wonderful. I'm very, very happy, and I did it for Vesper. They've been good to me.
And now, through that last piece, what got you through that last 500?
I was doing it at 2:14, and when I rode the 2K, I visualized head of the Charles, and the last 500 is from Cambridge Boathouse all the way to the finish line, and I just visualized that I'm trying to stay ahead of Catherine Kemper.
That's fair. No, that's really, really awesome, and yeah, that's honestly like amazing. Because again, like I said, I saw the Vesper Unity and I saw that distance. I was like, that is amazing.
Here today, I think Masters from Boathouse Row.
Really? So you're representing strong. Now, is there anybody that that you wanted that would love to join you maybe next year, or somebody that is thinking about doing this? What would you tell them?
I would tell them it's worth it. It's painful. It's like childbirth, but it's worth it when it's over. Yeah. It's for me. This is the pre-test for Crash B in 4 weeks. Right. So I feel confident that I can do it. Right.
Well, that's awesome. Again, congratulations. You are a national champion now, and once you catch your breath, you go get that medal. All right.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And then Barbara Hogan, folks, and we will be back. We will go back to the desk with Akil and Colleen.
Meet Erg Central, the first solution for Concept 2 ergometer designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on Erg Central are instantly sent to all team members through the Erg Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to Concept 2P M5 monitor via Bluetooth to preset the workout details and gather workout data. Erg Central Live Coaching View will provide you with consolidated real-time stroke data for the entire team. No more waiting to act. Build your perfect stroke and help your team row together. When athletes complete their workouts, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. Erg Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at ergcentral.com. Let the coach coach, and let Erg Central do the work.
Welcome back to the 2023 indoors as we await the final event of the weekend, Akil. Are you ready?
I'm not ready. I'm not ready to be done yet. I mean, it has been so exciting. We've seen so much racing that's been pretty cool. So I'm not ready to be done yet.
Yeah, I hear you. It's been absolutely incredible, and we're going to get straight to it. So to the triathlon and over to Maurice.
And we are back with the last event of the day, the triathlon. We start off with the ski erg, then transition to the ergometer, and then a transition to the bike. And now we are off. 500 meters for this first part, and then 500 meters for the erg, and then 1,000 meters for the bike. We're seeing a lot of familiar faces here. Ivan, who's been in almost every event this weekend, in the blue shirt and the shorts. This will be really, really nice to end the weekend off strong. And it's amazing to see the different technique that goes into the ski erg, and the way that the power down instead of going up, the power is just you're forcing your weight down to the ground, and it's truly amazing to see in this the way this machine is calculated and designed, and it's a really, really good workout. And very comparable to the erg. So this is really amazing, again, to see the difference in the, instead of just straight erging, you have quite a few workouts in this event. And it looks like Ivan is leading this pack right here. He is about 500 meters into this, and he will be transitioning very, very soon. Love it. He is now transitioned. Let's see how he does it, how the master plan. So he's getting those feet locked in, and he has now started his row. Now we have our second competitor, Ryan Jones, and he is now transitioned, getting those feet in and strapping those in and getting started as soon as possible to try and catch Ivan so he doesn't walk away. And our third competitor has now transitioned as well, Josh Carls, and they are now both doing their 500-meter erg sprint. And I love how each and every single last one of them looks like they are pacing themselves really well, very in control. And there, Ivan does have about a 68-meter lead here, but that can still be made up in the last 1,500 meters of this race. The focus on these athletes are, again, so amazing, especially for a triathlon.
Okay, all right.
So we'll pick it up here then from the studio, and
Yeah.
we've got this fantastic view of the three triathletes.
Yep.
So Ivan, Ryan, and Josh.
And it's pretty amazing to watch these guys. Ivan has been competing all weekend, and I don't know if this is his 8th or 100th race.
Ivan's going to be here after the weekend ends competing. We love it. We absolutely love it. Just to see the stamina and the conditioning that he's demonstrating.
Yeah. And you know what's actually kind of cool too? We have Josh from Concept 2 actually competing here, rowing as well. So he was helping us with the commentary yesterday, actually explaining this event to us. So it's kind of cool to see him out there doing it himself.
And what did you learn from Josh? So many things, but like what were some of the takeaways?
Yeah, key for me was that I know nothing about the ski erg, but I learned a lot about the technique and just like the form that's required for the ski erg. He also talked about the transitions and how important they are because they count into the overall score as well. So it's kind of nice to watch it with some perspective as to what's really involved.
Yeah, I talked to one of the athletes and they said, oh, the lats in the ski, just like that pulling down the lats in the core.
Yeah, yeah, and here we get a shot. These athletes just cranking it out on the bike. You can see it looks like Josh has some higher revolutions.
And we are finishing the last 200 meters to go, and it looks like Ivan is leaving the pack with about a pretty decent lead with 353 meters in between. So I can be safe to say that he will take this one if he just keeps pedaling. And then followed behind him will be Ryan Jones and then Josh Carls. And he has finished the race, and Ivan has taken it once again. And we will have Ryan Jones creeping right behind, and Josh Carls is right behind him, so he could catch him. We'll see. He's pushing it. He's pushing it, and this will be a close one. This will be a close one. He is not going to let him take this easy. They are pushing it. They're only about 20 meters, well, about 30 meters in between each other.
So we'll pick it back up here then from the studio.
Yeah.
Fantastic finish. Can you believe it? Ivan again.
Ivan, you know, Ivan is, I think he's going to come back and compete in every event next year. It's amazing.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. He's been just such a good spirit.
Yeah.
And Josh from Concept 2, as you said, Akil, and then over to Ryan Jones for the handshake.
Yeah. So looks like Ryan Jones is done. I think he's competed as well in numerous events, and so getting out there, just having a good time, it's what it's all about.
It's what it's all about, and he's just absolutely exhausted, just gutted from that performance, which is the way you want to end it, right? They always say, leave everything on the water. If you're indoors, leave everything on the machine.
Yep. And that seems what they're doing. Looks like we're going to get yet another interview with Ivan. I love his story. So.
What a way to close the weekend. So we'll hand it then over to Maurice. They'll be with us in just a moment.
Hopefully Ivan has the breath to give another interview.
What a champ.
I know.
Just to hop straight in. Over to you, Maurice.
So, Ivan, man, I done seen you in everything. First off, how many events have you been entered in this whole weekend?
It was the 4 yesterday, 2 today.
2 today, and of those races, how many have you won?
I know, because age group, I won some races, and I finished third in the open 2K. I finished third. What was my performance? Personal record, new personal record.
Honestly, like, again, I've been watching you all weekend. I mean, I've seen your name pop up multiple times, and you have been absolutely killing it. Absolutely killing it. And so I got to know, for this last race, like, how's your body feeling? Like, how did you recover from all the races that you've been doing to lead up to this one to honestly win by, as we would say, open water for this last event?
I feel okay because, you know, I work in the construction. I'm all day on the legs all the time. And I do a lot of mountain races, mountain running for all the events, 50K, 50 miles, stuff like that. Then I am not really fast, but steady go all the time.
And so, so it's safe to say that all of these PRs that you've reached this weekend, you're going to break those again.
Oh, I know, for sure.
I love that. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Ivan, and this is honestly, this is the spirit of the indoor championships right here, because this is what we want. We want people to get involved with different events, different things, and just go for it. And I think you've done that this weekend.
Yeah, I like to see more longer events like 5K, 10K. Can be fun because I do that mostly. You know, like people can sit in the back row and doing 10K until other people can racing in the front with the 2K maybe.
Right. So we'll definitely take that one into consideration. Yeah. But is there anything else or anybody you want to shout out that, you know, has helped supported you along this journey?
My family is here. My family, my wife, my daughter, and my wife's mother. They are standing over there behind me.
Love it. And as I like to say,
all the time, yeah.
Exactly. And having a support system goes a very long way, wouldn't you say?
It's most important stuff.
Well, awesome. Well, Ivan, thanks for joining us today, and enjoy all the clinkage that you have, all the gold medals.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will now go back to the desk for final remarks with Akil and Colleen.
All right.
Akil.
Well, there you go. I know, Colleen. I don't have any tissue for you.
What? I'm
sorry.
like, I just
You're
I
tearing up.
can't. I can't. What a way to just bring the weekend together. What a way to end this weekend with Ivan, and then of course with all of our wonderful competitors. We've seen such good racing across the board in so many categories. It's been a real pleasure.
Yeah, and I can tell you for sure that I'm not doing 10K as Ivan suggested if they have it next year.
Yeah, it's like it's going to be party one.
Yeah, I know.
And then he said, yeah, please do the longer distances because that's where I excel. It's like, what about the Watts test that we saw you in?
I know.
But
I know.
speaks to the range.
Here we go.
Hey.
Jumping in. We've got Maurice. Let's see if we can get him in here on the mic. This rounds out our whole commentary crew.
So it's been such a pleasure, gentlemen, to work with both of you and to bring the action to you all on the live stream. I just want to say thank you so much to the parents, the volunteers, USRowing, the city, this city, right, Atlantic City. They've done so much too. The Indoor Rowing Association here. So it's been truly a dream to work with you both. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
You
Thank
guys
you.
are awesome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I think that, like, you know, my key takeaway is that this has the potential to be a truly amazing event. It's so much of our sport is about community, and I love the fact that there was such an amazing community here this weekend.
From all walks of life.
Yeah,
all walks of life.
Well said.
Parents, guardians, everybody, the cohesion and the energy, that is what we live for at these events.
That's what it's all about. Well, thanks so much.
And winning some gold medals.
Taking home some
Let's not
hardware.
forget. Let's not forget.
Taking home some hardware. Well, listen, we really appreciate all of you joining us. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
For sure.
Bye-bye.
Take care.